One more minute. I'm in case one.
Hey.
Maybe that ought to make it. Members, it's time to come to the chamber for a quorum. Members, please come to the chamber. Members, we need you in the chamber. Members, please come to the chamber so we can get started.
House come to order. Members, our prayer today will be given by Deidre Powell Sims, historian of Jefferson County Alum Chapter.
Good morning. Let us pray. Most High God, we stand before you to thank you for this privilege to pray on behalf of the governor in her office, local and state officials, and the beloved members of Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated. We ask for your guidance and protection with the spirit of unifying love for our state and country. What each elected and appointed official is required to do is not an easy task, Lord, but allow them to experience strength, flexibility, respect, and support to move our state upward and onward. We ask this in the name of Jesus. Amen.
Today's Pledge of Allegiance will be held by Donna Bruton, member of the Theta Theta Chapter and a senior of Troy University.
Attention, salute, pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Clerk call the roll.
Mr. Speaker, Allman, Baker, Bedsole, Blackshear, Bolton, Boyd, Bracy, Brown, Butler, Carnes, Chestnut, Clark, Klaus, Cole, Collins, Colvin, Crawford, Daniels, Drummond, Dubose, Easterbrook, Ellis, England, Ensler, Estes, Faulkner, Fiddler, Fincher, Fort, Garrett, Gidley, Gavan, Gibbons, Gray, Hall, Hammett, Harbison, Harrison, Hassel, Hill, Hulk, Jones, Hollis, Hulsey, Hurst, Ingram, Jackson, Jones, Keel, Kirkland, Kitchens, Lamb, Lawrence, Lee, Lipscomb, Lomax, Lovern, Marcus, McCampbell, McClammy, Mooney, Moore M, Moore P, Morris, Oliver, Paramore, Pascal, Pettis, Plump, Pringle, Rafferty, Ream, Reynolds, Rigsby, Robbins, Robertson, Rogers, Sellers, Sells, Shaver, Shaw, Shed, Shiree, Simpson, Smith, Sorrells, South, Stahagen, Standridge, Starnes, Stringer, Stubbs, Tillman, Travis, Treadaway, Underwood, Wadsworth, Warren, Whit, Wharton, Wilcox, Wood D, Wood R, Woods, Yarborough.
"55 members have answered the roll. A quorum is present. The House is ready to transact business. First, We'd like to grant floor privilege to Pamela Hill, the National Treasurer. All in favor, say aye. It is granted. I'd like to introduce Representative Barbara Drummond for a moment of personal privilege.
Good morning, members. It's a great red day in the State House, Delta Days in the State House. It is my esteemed honor on behalf of Representative Laura Hall, Representative Mary Moore, and Representative Pebblin Warren for me to introduce Ms. Pamela Hill, our national president of Delta Sigma Theta. Treasurer, I'm sorry, national treasurer. I'm sorry, I've already elevated her. But the rest of our members are in 200 and they're headed upstairs, so they'll be here in a minute for the speaker to recognize them. Our national treasurer, Pamela Hill.
Good morning. Good morning. I had to stop her on that one, but we'll take the elevation. Good morning. Good morning. I am the National Treasurer of Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated, and Delta is an organization of college-educated women committed to constructive development of its members and to public service with a primary focus on the Black community. And so our organization, we function off of a 5-point programmatic thrust, which includes economic development, educational development, international awareness and involvement, physical and mental health, as well as political awareness. And so our focus when we come to the State House through the state of Alabama is to focus in those particular areas. This week, our focus is on domestic violence, sexual assault violence, and human trafficking that occurs in the state of Alabama. And so we will get our direction and marching orders, and we look forward with partnering with you, our representatives and senators, as we go about affecting change in the state of Alabama. Although I'm the national treasurer, I do want to share with you all that I do reside here in Montgomery, Alabama. I'm a state employee for the state, and so not only serving my state and serving my organization, I always look forward to the opportunity to partner with each and every one of you, and we look forward to celebrating today with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hill. Certainly a pleasure to have you with us today. Ms. Drummond, you want to wait till the others get in here before you go further?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I understand they're on their way to upstairs.
As soon as we get them in here, we'll recognize. We'll go ahead and start some business if that's okay. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Jefferson, Representative Faulkner.
Mr. Speaker, I request that leaves of absence be granted for absent members.
Any objections? Hearing no objections, members are excused. Chair further recognizes the gentleman from Jefferson, Representative Faulkner.
Mr. Speaker, I have a report.
House of Representatives, your Standing Committee on Rules begs leave to report that it has carefully examined the Journal of the House for the 19th legislative day and finds the same to be correct. Representative David Faulkner, Vice Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the reading of the journal at length for the 19th legislative day be dispensed with.
Are any objections? Hearing no objections, the reading of the journal is dispensed with. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Mobile, Speaker Pro Tem Pringle, for purpose of making announcements.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There are no announcements today. Want to make my motion?
I move the journal stays open today, leave it open for the clerk to complete paperwork. We'll further recognize Mr. Pringle.
I move when we adjourn today, we leave the journal open for allow the clerk to complete his paperwork, and we reconvene on Tuesday, May the 6th at 1 p.m. That's next Tuesday at 1 p.m.
All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? Motion prevails. Clerk now receive reports of standing committees throughout the day. The House is now in position to introduce bills and resolutions. The House now receive resolution report from the Committee on Rules. The clerk will read the resolutions.
House Joint Resolution number 160 by Representative Stringer congratulating Mr. Joy D. Dumas for winning the 2021 National Auto Sport Association National Championship. House Joint Resolution number 168 by Representative Gray commending Leanna Roberts for graduating from the University of Alabama at 16 years of age. House Joint Resolution number 169 by Representative Keel, congratulating Carmen Scott for winning the Class 1A Girls Javelin State Championship at the 2023 Alabama High School Athletic Association Class 1A through 3A Outdoor Track and Field Championship. House Joint Resolution number 170 by Representative Stringer, honoring Colonel Kessler Weaver Jr. for achieving the rank of Colonel and the Alabama Army National Guard.
Mr. Speaker, I move adoption.
All those in favor? Any opposed? They are adopted. Clerk, call the next resolution.
House Joint Resolution number 159 by Representative Brown, designating the bridge on Alabama State Route 193 that spans the Theodore Industrial Canal in Mobile County as the Victor Birch Memorial Bridge.
I move adoption.
All those in favor? Any opposed? It is adopted. Clerk, call the first uncontested bill on the regular order calendar. I'm sorry.
House Joint Resolution number 163 by Representative Oliver, creating the Chronic Weight Management and Type 2 Diabetes Task Force.
I move adoption.
All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? It is adopted.
House Joint Resolution number 167 by Representative Reynolds, convening of a joint session for the purpose of the Legislative Medal of Honor for law enforcement officers.
I move adoption.
All those in favor say aye. It is adopted. Clerk, call the first uncontested local bill on the regular calendar.
On page 52 of the calendar, House Bill number 313 by Representative Ingram, relating to Montgomery County.
Question for the body is adoption of the BIR on HB 313. Clerk, unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 56 ayes, 0 nays, 41 abstention. BR is adopted. Question for the body is final passage of HB 313. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 23 ayes, 0 nays. HB 313 has passed. Clerk, call the next bill.
On page 52 of the calendar, House Bill number 322 with substitute by Representative Morris, relating to Montgomery County.
Question for the body is adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 54 ayes, 0 nays, 44 abstention. BR is adopted. Question for the body is final passage of HB 322. Clerk will unlock the machine and members. There is a committee sub on this bill. Representative Morris is going to explain what the sub does.
Thank you. So all it does is just, it was a technical error, it just took off one word per year, and that's it.
Okay, you've heard the explanation of the sub. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 37 ayes, 0 nays. The sub is adopted. Question for the body now is final passage of HB 322. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 23 ayes, 0 nays. HB 322 has passed. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Jefferson, Mr. Faulkner.
Mr. Speaker, I have a resolution.
Clerk, see the resolution.
House Resolution number 184 by the Rules Committee, the special order calendar.
Representative Faulkner.
Move adoption.
As question of adoption, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Before Representative Napoleon comes up, I've got a point of personal privilege for Representative Cynthia Almond from Tuscaloosa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just wanted to let the body know, yesterday I had emails sent out, hopefully to everyone, about HB 392, which should be on the floor next week. I also have copies up here, up front, and if anybody needs one. And if you have any questions about the bill, I would appreciate you coming to me ahead of time so we can discuss it. Thank you very much.
Chair thanks the lady. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Mobile, Representative Bracy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the recognition with the gentleman here.
Yes, sir.
Man, that was almost fast. Y'all almost got one in. You almost got your first calendar in pretty quick on me without us having some conversation, but thank God for fast reflexes. How you doing this morning?
I'm doing great. How are you?
Doing good. So this is your first special order calendar
To present it on the floor. Yes, sir.
to present on the floor?
That's right.
Okay. Congratulations. That means that you're the vice chair.
Of rules. Yes, sir.
You're the vice chair of rules. Okay,
sir.
congratulations.
Thank you.
How do we, one thing that I noticed, so, you know, I always talk about I like to read the bills, right? So I got a stack of bills, but I noticed none of them were anybody from my caucus. Can we talk about that a little bit? Not
Yeah.
one out of 18 bills, not one of them is a Democrat bill on here.
Well, now you have many Democrats on rules, and they chose bills.
No, they didn't choose them because it was none available to be chosen.
No, there was a whole list of bills.
Are you sure?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Like,
I was present when they chose them.
okay, so tell me what was available?
Well, there's a huge list of
Name
pick
one.
list. Well, hold on just a sec. Every bill on here was on there on the pick. Every bill on the calendar day was on the pick list.
Correct, every one of them, but none of them is a Democratic sponsored bill. Not one.
Well, I believe they chose the people in the Democratic Party chose bills that may have been
Available.
They must have chosen ones by Republicans. If that's, yeah.
Because they were the only bills available, or what?
No, I don't. I mean, I think you would have to. There's a ton of bills on the pick list, and so
Do you have access to that as the vice chair of rules? I would think you probably would have access to that. You have access
I
to it?
did when I was in the meeting.
Okay, so you don't have access to it.
I don't have it on me. No, not right now. But yeah, all these were, and of course, many Democrats serve on the Rules Committee, and I was there when they made their picks from the list.
Okay, but what I'm asking is, when they made their picks, was any Democratic bills available to be picked? Was any Democratic bills in a position to be placed on the special order calendar today?
I would think so,
Can
Representative
you
Bracy.
name me one?
Well, I don't have the list in front of me.
Okay.
But let me say this. We don't, as you know, we don't put bills, we don't put Republican bill, Democrat bill. We don't have that. We're just looking at good laws to make the state of Alabama better.
Who
And
determines that? Who determines what's good law?
everybody, you, me,
No,
everybody.
I'm talking about before it gets to the point that you and I can make a decision on it.
Well, they have to come out of committees and then they, if they get out of committee with a favorable report, then those bills are carefully looked at. And
Okay.
there has been many bills, but what I'm saying is on the list,
Right.
they're not listed as whether their sponsor's a Democrat, whether their sponsor's a Republican.
So it doesn't have the sponsor name on it.
It has
the bill.
sponsor's name,
So
but
then you can't identify.
we don't go, okay.
No, I'm just asking if it has the sponsor's name, can you identify if it's a Democrat bill or a Republican bill?
Well, if you know what party that member's in,
But usually, if it was if you saw a bill with my name next to it, what would you assume?
well, I know that
More than
I
assumption.
know you're a member of the Democratic.
Right. So you would know when you get ready to pick what party bills you're picking. I mean, it's pretty obvious, evident. Like if I saw a bill with, Mr. Faulkner's name on it, I like to call you
You see
Falk.
good legislation.
I like to call you Falk. But when I see a bill with Falk's name on it, I will automatically
That's a
know
good bill.
that that's a bill that we probably have to have some conversation about, but I know where it's coming from.
Right. Likewise, if I saw
Right.
Representative Bracy's name, and that's the way I look at the bills. I don't look at them as a party bill. I look at them by the representative who's bringing them.
You mentioned about good legislation. At any point, does anybody determine what's good legislation before a bill gets to the position to get on the pick list?
Well, certainly the committees. I mean, so, you've got to have a committee approve it.
Okay.
Or it can't come to rules. So
Beyond committee, after committee, does anybody have any influence over that? Let's say that I have a bill to raise the minimum wage, and I know you probably don't like it, but it somehow makes it out of committee. It's one of those great Wednesdays. Somebody's fishing, somebody's golfing, and just so happened my bill makes it out of committee.
Right.
And now it's in a position to be picked, but the rules committee or whomever decides, well, we don't want this bill to be in that position because we don't want to put members in a bad spot. So this bill is not going to make it to the special order calendar. Is it anything like that happening?
well, I mean, you're always looking at bills and timing of bills and working with. Of course, you will work across the aisle.
So you're telling me that a bill can make it out of committee and not be in a position to be on the pick list?
Well, members have to go and request. Not only do you have to come
Yeah,
out of
even if I request my bill to be on the pick list, is it a mechanism in place that could keep my bill from being picked?
not to keep it from being picked. I mean, if
To
it's,
keep the opportunity of my bill from being picked, is it a mechanism in place?
well, certainly we examine bills.
Okay, tell me about that process, because that's the process that I've really been trying to hone in on for the last 7 minutes, but you've been making sure we didn't get there. So let's at least get there for the last 2 minutes and 45 seconds.
No, I mean, you're weighing and looking at all bills. You're seeing, there's obviously times that we have different days. We want to have agency days. We want to have consent calendars. We know there's bills that have more controversy.
Also, if it's a controversial bill, then you can make sure that it's not available to be picked for the pick list, even though it's made it through committee and have been requested by the member to go forward to have the opportunity to be picked, to be placed on the special order calendar. So if it's a bill that someone deems controversial, or I call them red meat, when they're y'all controversial bills, I call them red meat bills. But you're telling me that it's a process in place to make sure that we don't have to deal with that,
Well,
right?
no, I wouldn't say that. I would.
Well, what is it, man?
I
'Cause
would,
we got to get to it now because we're running out of time. Tell me about it.
I would think that
Because I know you don't want to talk about this with me all day. So
Well, I know we have consent calendars.
basically what I'm asking you is,
We're going to retime.
basically what I'm asking you is, why is none of our bills available to be picked for the calendar? Right now, today, when the calendar came out, we did not have one bill that was in a position to be picked. Why is that? As the vice chair of the Rules Committee, why is that?
Well, again,
Why is it that we have a calendar with 18 bills on it and we don't have one?
Well, the members of your caucus, the bills they selected.
No, they selected
I do
from
not
bills
know
that
why
were
they-
they selected from bills that were available. And
Yeah.
basically what I'm being told is that bills were not available. So how could they select any of our bills to be placed on the calendar if those bills were not available to be picked? Now, if I'm wrong, clear me and let me know, because maybe I've been given some wrong information, but you haven't been able to validate that by just telling me one bill that can be picked. Just give me one.
Yeah, and you're asking me to go get the list of that the rules.
I need
committee
the
looked at.
information. I need the information because basically what I'm being told is that we don't have one bill that's available or in a position to be picked. And if that happened today, it could very well happen for Tuesday.
Well,
right?
I can tell you
Now we're on the down slope. We're 2/3 into this thing, and we don't have anything in position or available. And I'm just wondering.
I think we probably have passed so many already.
And you believe that?
Well, we have passed a number from that are.
Gentleman's time has expired. Chair recognizes a lady from Mobile, Representative Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good morning, Representative Faulkner.
Good morning, Representative Clark.
I don't have my glasses, but I'm going to do my best to read this list that I've compiled here. I am honored to serve on the Rules Committee with you. How long have you served on Rules?
This is my 5th year.
5th year?
Yes, ma'am.
So it's, as you well know, I'm one of the rookies
Yes.
on the Rules Committee and am enjoying.
Not to the legislature.
Well,
You're not
no,
a rookie.
this will, this month will be my 10th year in the
Wow.
legislature. You know, I was elected to an unexpired term and was sad that I came, rather that I was elected. The 2013 session ended, I think, on May 20th, 2013, and I won the general election for this unexpired term on May 21st. 2013. So how about that?
Congratulations. Thank you for your service.
Well, I was disappointed that I didn't get to come up about midterm along with Senator Hightower, I think, came up. He won the Republican nomination, or whether he won the Republican election outright. So he came on to Montgomery. I had a runoff, and then 2 independents decided to stretch the election a little bit more, and so it was. I had 3 hurdles to climb to get here.
Who did you replace?
Dr. Yvonne Kennedy, who coincidentally served as national president of the Delta Sigma Theta sorority. Mobile is quite proud, and Alabama is quite proud of her for having served in that capacity. I came down because while you were speaking with Representative Bracey, my colleague from Mobile, I want to make sure that our Democratic colleagues understand the position that we Democrats are in the Rules Committee. I want to make it clear that there were no bills by Democrats on the pick list. There were none. Listen to me, Democrats. There were no bills by Democrats for us to choose on the pick list. Now, I'm honored to say that I picked the ports bill. Where's Representative Chip Brown? I want him to know that I picked the ports expansion bill.
Yes.
The Alabama
that.
State Docks is based in my district.
Right.
And that is very important to me. Even if it were based in another part of the state, it would be important to me, and I would have been honored to have picked that
It's
particular
important
bill.
to me as well. I was going to pick that. It's on my list, put it that way.
Well, I don't pick ahead of you. You could have picked it. What
I
happened?
could have. It's on my pick. It was on my pick list.
Okay, so most of us do keep a list. We get requests from not just our respective caucuses, but from lobbyists, from constituents. You know, do you get requests from constituents asking you to pick bills?
I do.
I found that interesting that not only do we get requests from colleagues and from lobbyists, but constituents will even send us email asking that we pick certain bills. So that happens?
It does happen. Oh, I mean, I can't say it's every bill, but certainly people will say, please get this on the floor, that are not representatives, not senators, and not lobbyists.
Yes. Well, I know that Representative Barbara Drummond has HB 123. Are you familiar with that bill?
That's the vape bill.
No,
not-
she's got that one coming too. She's working hard trying to get that one.
Working with her on that one. I'm looking forward to it.
I think her HB 123 is the bill that would require or penalize parents of children who bring guns to school.
Yes, it was in judiciary. We passed it out of judiciary, if I remember.
Did you vote in favor of that bill in judiciary?
I did.
Okay. So do you think that bill is worthy of being on the pick list?
Yeah, I think it's definitely a bill that has consideration. I'm not sure why it was not on there yesterday.
Well, and it could have been on there last week and maybe even the week prior to that. So I'm not sure what the rationale for it not being on the pick list is. But that's a case in point where that bill could have been on the pick list, and I probably wouldn't have gotten to choose it because quite possibly Dr. Boyd, who is our ranking member on the committee, would have selected it. And had Dr. Boyd not selected it, her sorority sister, Representative Pebblin Warren, surely would have selected it before I would have had that opportunity. I hope, do you know, I hope that even though we were in a position, the four members of the Democratic Party who are on rules, we had no choice but to select bills by our Republican colleagues. Have you ever chosen a bill by a Democrat? Can I put you on the spot that way?
I'm pretty sure I have. Now, for me to go back and tell you which bill, and that's what I was telling Representative Bracey. I don't look at bills. When you told me this, that you didn't have a Democrat bill carried by, that did not even register with me. No one had mentioned it to me until just now, and so I'm not looking at bills based on whether it's being carried by a Democrat or Republican. I'm looking at whether it's a good piece of legislation like your bill, which the historic tax credit, which I'm very excited about.
And you would have selected that bill.
And I would love to pick that bill.
And I owe you an apology because I said that I would ask the speaker to open that up for co-sponsors, and because you said you had always been a co-sponsor of that bill in the past.
I had always been right number 2.
And so we talked a little bit about that yesterday, I think, as we were leaving rules, and I honestly forgot to ask the speaker to open it up for co-sponsors.
Oh, that's quite a.
However, because the major thrust of the bill was removed, that we did not get to expand.
And I actually would like to expand.
So when there's an opportunity for us to do that, we're going to be sure that you and others get an opportunity to be co-sponsors on that bill.
Thank you. And I look forward to picking it in rules ahead of you if I can.
I'm going to hold you to that. I'm going to hold you to that. And thank you for forgiving me for not asking the speaker to open it up for co-sponsors. I think Representative Rafferty, Neil Rafferty, who is on crutches and not here today, I think he's doing okay. But he has introduced a bill that would allow food trucks. Hey, this is your colleague. Were you familiar with his food truck bill?
Yes, I believe Neil spoke to me about it.
This is the one that I think would allow food trucks to serve alcoholic beverages.
That's right. And I think it was not local though. I think he was trying to make it statewide.
It is a statewide bill.
Yeah.
And I think it's in position to also have been placed on the pick list. That's one I look forward to supporting.
Sure.
I imagine we have quite a few food trucks in Mobile. I suspect you all have 2 or 3 times as many in Birmingham, and that those vendors would look forward to having that opportunity.
You know, and I think, you know, with any bill, there's always the devil's in the details, as they say. You know, you can run into problems, you can run into issues such as in wet, dry counties. But I believe there's a lot of good bills like yours, and I'm certain that Representative Rafferty's passed bills. He's a colleague of mine from Jefferson.
Yes.
I don't believe there's ever any intention to keep bills by Democrats. For example, as you know, your bill just passed.
I hope it was just an oversight, but we do want to.
We just don't look at it. I mean, I don't think
we ask that we look at it, because I'm going to tell you, our caucus holds our feet to the fire, and there's an automatic assumption that we overlooked those bills or intentionally picked some other bills and didn't give our own members an opportunity to have their bills chosen. So that's why we're trying to make it clear that we did not have that opportunity when rules met on yesterday. Another bill, and you probably know more about this one than I do, and my time is about to expire, but Representative England has a pardons and paroles bill that I think passed out of judiciary.
He passed a bill yesterday, I think.
No, I think there was one earlier. He has a dozen bills, so.
He has a lot of bills.
And good
And the
bills.
lady's time has expired.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Faulkner.
Thank you, Representative Clark.
Chair recognizes the lady from Jefferson, Representative Hollis. While she's coming down here, I'd like to recognize former member Connie Rose. She's with us today. Let's give Connie a big hand.
I don't think she heard you, Ms. Speaker. Hey, my friend.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would a gentleman yield?
Yes, Madam Vice Chair of the Jefferson
I
County.
want to make sure that my red is showing, because I really didn't know, but I made sure that I had something red. And my colleague that was just here, I want to correct her on one thing, that Dr. Barbara Boyd is a lady of Alpha Kappa Alpha sorority, not Delta Sigma Theta. So I just wanted to make that clear. So I was actually sitting down and I was really admiring Prince Chestnut's jacket. Have you seen his jacket? And it kind of, I was so it kind of got me off track.
Wow.
So with that being said, can you explain the process of how bills are chosen for the calendar?
Sure. So bills that pass favorably out of it, they have to pass out of committee. Mm-hmm. You have passed many through committee and through the House floor. So you've had some great legislation before, Representative
Mm-hmm.
Hollis, and I thank you for that.
Mm-hmm.
That I've supported, by the way. But bills have to come out of committee and they have to report favorably out. And then they have to be chosen by members of the Rules Committee and to be put on the House calendar on the floor.
Okay, that's a short process.
Well, it takes a lot to get a bill out of committee.
Is it difficult sometimes to pick certain bills? Is it difficult sometimes to pick certain bills?
Well, obviously you try to look at timing and bills and place bills on there at the appropriate time. If we have a military day, we have an education day, we have agency day, we have consent calendars. We haven't had one this session, but I think we probably will. Might have a 10-minute calendar. You've seen those before. We haven't had one of those this session, but you're always looking at timing and when's the right time for bills to be put on there. And then, of course, the members, choose, and you gotta work it. You obviously have to go, you got to put in a request. They just they don't just appear. You have to really go and ask, just like you do in a committee, to get your bill up, and moving.
My eyes are watering. That's why I got this sponge. It's like your grandmama used to have right here. But so my eyes, you're not making me sad.
Okay. Well, I'm glad.
My eyes are just watering.
Okay.
And so that's what I got, this sponge, you remember this? Your grandmama used to have this. They still sell these. But I don't, now there is a bill that I'm waiting on, and I don't know how far it's gotten, and that's that pink tax bill by Neil Rafferty. And
Okay.
what that bill is, it eliminate the taxes from feminine hygiene products. So I'm really waiting. I don't know where it is right about now, but I'm really.
It's not out of committee, right?
I'm not sure. So, but I'm just waiting on it. And
Sounds like it'd be in a budget, maybe a budget committee if it's removing a tax.
Okay.
I'm just guessing.
Okay, well, I talk with him more in detail, but I've been getting a lot of phone calls about 306 and 323, and I got to do a little more research to see, what's going on with those two bills. And I didn't see Jazz and Jesus on the calendar.
He's in spirit. Both are on the calendar in spirit.
Would I be invited this year?
Absolutely.
Or has it passed?
It's already passed.
So how you gonna invite me if it's already passed?
For next year.
Representative Faulkner.
For next year.
Long as you've been trying to get me to go Jazz and Jesus, now you didn't let the date go by. I ain't gonna tell what you said about it, but the whole story. I'm gonna let that slide. But next year, if I don't get that invitations, we're gonna have issues.
Okay.
Okay, so can you kind of let's go over the bills that's on the calendar for today?
Sure. Do you have you've got Representative Bowes. She has an alternative teacher preparation program. Qualification as alternative teacher education preparation organization revised, and believe that's a good bill. And as you know, Representative Bowes is in our Jefferson County delegation.
I do.
New member. That's not going to be her first bill.
She a little ball of fire around here.
She is. Representative Bowes is one of our sharp new members. And it's already passed a bill. Yeah.
I see her rolling down the hallway like a little ball of fire.
That's right.
Okay, what's next?
Senators Orr and Chasteen. This is Representative Collins is going to be carrying this bill. And this is the Interstate Teacher Mobility Compact. This, and then we have...
That sounds interesting.
These first four bills, Representative Hollis, were education bills, if I'm not mistaken. These were... And then you've got Representative Garrett. This is another... Man, Jefferson County is killing it today. We've got... Danny Garrett's got a bill here.
They killing it or are they killing it?
Okay. You can't make me laugh too much up here. But that's the Sun bill. And Danny, I'm real familiar with this bill. Danny had this in Budget Committee, Chairman Garrett, and it is a fantastic bill for students with disabilities to give them opportunities if they need to seek to go to a different school or to have different methods, to have the state tax money to help them do that. This bill's in other states. I think this is going to be, I think these are, I'm suspecting these bills will be bipartisan support. And then Representative Collins again, so she's doing real well. She's competing pretty well there on the number 4 with the Alabama School Choice and Student Opportunity Act. Might be some questions, but I think it's a very good bill. Representative Starnes, this one sounds like one you would also support as well. This is additional benefits for spouses of those who were killed while on state active duty status. I think that Representative Starnes is a new member and think he's got a great bill. And then we have a driver's license bill, which has got a substitute, but Representatives That's Representative Wadsworth. And I think they've done a lot of work on that bill. You know, we've seen that bill for years, and
Right, we
but
have.
I think it'll be a good bill. And then I think it's a really good calendar. I think this is going to be I think we should
Now,
move
what's
pretty
the
well.
next bill? Because I've been having a lot of calls on this bill too.
Oh, HB 323. First responders establish a fund to pay benefits to first responders with work-related PTSD. So Representative Pettis has explained it to me. You know, it's a really good bill for our first responders, the ones that are suffering from that, from some type of trauma. We have that for the military, but I think our first responders see that, and I think it's a way to help them. I don't know all the details of it, but I like the concept of it. I look forward to hearing Representative Pettis tell us about it. I think it's a really good bill.
Okay. What's the next one?
All right, Representative Keel. He's got an income tax credit for voluntary cash contributions to pregnancy center or residential maternity facility.
Okay.
I don't believe that went through Judy. I know Representative Keel thinks very highly of this bill, and I think it's a good bill. I think it's a really good. I've heard I think it went through health. Maybe not health. Oh, ETL.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Okay.
I had missed that when I was presenting another bill in committee. Representative Garrett's back on there.
Representative
Income
Garrett
tax.
been having a lot of bills this session.
Well, he's the budget chairman, and he's put in a lot of work and doing a great job as our budget chairman. And
He really has.
yes,
Yeah.
colleague from Jefferson, and thought he was in here, but that's a really good bill. I know you're going to support that. And Representative Brown, port incentives.
Well, I'm going to take up my last 2 minutes and say I'm looking forward for Jazz and Jesus next year.
Thank you. Thank you, Representative Hollis.
Chair recognizes the lady from Jefferson, Representative Moore. I also would like to recognize Heritage Elementary School. They're the guest of Representative Philip Rigsby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, with today's calendar, I looked at it yesterday, and one question that came to mind, since we do have Senate bills that are on here, could you tell us how we're progressing in the Senate with not only our bills, but our resolutions? Because I know I have a joint resolution that we passed a few weeks ago, and I still haven't had any movement so far in the Senate. So if we could get a count of how we're doing with our resolutions and our bills, so we can see if we're on the same path and that we're not clearing, and so that we can make sure we're not passing out their bills and our bills are sitting up there in the basket, and we're not accomplishing the goals that we set for our constituents in the House. So I appreciate that, and I looked at this first bill, and I'm just wondering, what are the alternative teacher preparation programs that you got? But you know, normally a teacher, regardless of what their major is, they have to have so many hours of additional curriculum that's outside of their major. So I just want to question what else we could call an alternative curriculum, because I don't want us to get to the point to be like charter schools, that in that bill it didn't even require a teacher be certified. And you know, when we passed that bill, we had just gone through that process where we were requiring all of our teachers to be highly qualified and certified. Then we passed a charter school bill that said, okay, I don't mind if you teach my child and you've not been trained. You could come off the street and just have a love of music and be a music teacher. or you think that you could write some good poems and we'll make you an English teacher, or you could be a history buff and we'll make you a history teacher. So I just want to make sure in that realm that we're not getting to the point that we want to take away that college degree that's needed. And I agree with most people who say everybody, you know, don't even want to go to college. But if I'm a teacher, if I'm a doctor, if I'm a lawyer, I need a building to work in. So there's other forms of education past high school that we can, and while our children are in high school, that they could be a part of. And lately I've gotten quite a few young men to look at the dual enrollment.
Yes.
And they are more than happy that they did it, because they'll be seniors. They're seniors this year, and they're graduating, ready to go out into the world, and they are prepared. But, and I look at this other bill, Alabama school choice and student opportunity. Now I have to question that, because I've seen enough documentaries, especially when it comes to homeschooling. And I often ask myself, if you just have so many people that's a part of your homeschool group, because I know a girlfriend of mine homeschooled her child, and there was a little group that worked with it, but none of them were certified teachers, you know, and at the end of the day, I question if we can really give our children a better opportunity. If we're homeschooling without certified teachers, if we're in charter schools without certified teachers, I can't perceive that as giving our children a better opportunity. But what I do know can happen is that we continue to put more and more money in our public school system to expose our children to more. I know in my niece's class in Birmingham, she did a field trip to the zoo. The parents were paying for themselves because they never left their community. They never been to the zoo. They never been to downtown Birmingham. So I think if we work to put more monies in our schools so that our children could be better exposed, and I often have to come up with my education, regardless of my family's economic condition, I was able in the 8th grade to be able to be in college during the summer, and every summer be able to take the science courses that I liked that better prepared me for when I finished high school. And then in school, I was given so many other opportunities during an era where the schools were segregated. And that often bothers me, that during that situation, we were exposed more to the world and the opportunities out there, and we could dream beyond where we were through books, because we were exposed to go and we were required during the summer months to read so many books. So I look at that bill and I think of school choice, and then I also think, when I think of school choice, I think of all these people that have fraudulently opened up schools, taking these parents' money, and don't teach their children anything. At the end of the year, most times I got several parents calling because they put their child for 12 years in some school that wasn't accredited, that the teachers weren't certified. The child can't even pass the ACT if they went to ACT prep classes, because they don't meet the minimum standards of reading on grade level in those schools.
You were a teacher.
No, I was on the Birmingham School Board and a student and child advocate for a long time. I was a medical technology by profession, but always active in my community, in the schools, to help with those children that weren't acting quite right. I'll let their parents know, let me go to the classroom and sit with them and help them, because that's what we ought to do. And like my parents and grandparents, aunts and uncles always told me that the way that I could free myself is to have a quality education. And that don't necessarily mean a 4-year degree. It could be a trade. If I'm a brick mason, if I'm a carpenter, if I'm a plumber, so an electrician, because all of the professions that we have, and including with us as legislators in the State House, we require on those people who are in the trades to make sure this building was built, that it's maintained. So when we're talking, but I do question the school choice, and I do question alternative education that we're getting to come in these various bills, because and this student with unique needs education scholarship, let me tell you about that. Since we passed the charter school bill, a lot of parents have been told that's the best place for their children to go. In the schools in my district, we get children that have special needs that the charter schools can't handle and don't want to handle, so they send them back to public school. I have teachers that got children that went to 2nd grade this year, in August, that came into the Birmingham school system from charter schools. They've been in charter school since K-5. They couldn't tell you an A. They couldn't identify 1 or 2. In fact, one teacher asked one of the little boys, "Can you arrange 1 through 10 in order for me?" And the little boy said, "That's too many numbers." They didn't give us numbers like that in my charter school. I don't have to deal with that. And then we got a little baby come in. At least in public school, if you got health issues and learning issues, will the teachers work to get the proper care? We have a young lady with way up fingers, couldn't read. She just came back from charter school. Nobody thought to help that baby in the charter school realm to have the surgery to remove the way ups between her finger, and to teach her. And then when the state came into the teacher's classroom in April and asked her how was she able to get the child to learn, she said, "I had to give her love and show I had to care about her." You don't always get that in these charter schools because they are for money.
And the lady's time has expired.
Appreciate you.
Thank the lady. Chair recognizes the lady from Madison, Representative Hall.
Representative Moore.
While Ms. Hall is making her way down here, would like to recognize in the gallery the Taiwan officials, Council General Elliot Wong, Council Officer Billy Chung, and Council Officer Ellie Wu. Let's give them a big hand. Thank you for being with us here today. They are the guests of Representative Tim Wadsworth and Corey Harbison.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good morning.
Good morning.
So, Mr. Faulkner, I understand as I've listened to the statements made by Representative Adeline Clark, that when they made the decision to choose bills on the calendar, there were none that were for members of the Democratic caucus.
I cannot confirm that. You
can't confirm it, but you wouldn't say that she was not telling the truth, would you?
Oh, well, no, I'm not saying that at all. I'm saying I don't pay, when I'm picking bills as a member of Rules Committee, I'm not looking at whether it's a Democrat or a Republican. I'm looking at the legislation. Is it a good piece of legislation or not? Some of them, as you know, are Senate bills.
Sure.
And they might be a Democrat senator, but they might be I'm just looking at the legislation when I'm picking bills for the calendar.
Right. And so as we look at, so it is in your opinion that as you look at this calendar,
yes, ma'am,
that all of these bills are bills that you think are good government? Well, to start with,
I didn't pick. I only pick one.
Right. No. You only. But I'm saying so you use as a rationale that these bills were picked based on being good government.
Yeah, that's how I assume everybody else picks.
Okay. So, all right. So let me take your opinion when you look at the first bill on the calendar, House Bill 342, would you say, based on your, are you familiar with that bill?
You know,
what it does?
It's carried by a member of my Jefferson County delegation, Representative Bose. And so I have heard about it, and I heard it's a good bill.
Okay.
And I look forward to her, you know, presenting and explaining it. But yes, ma'am, I've heard it's a good bill.
So what do you base good bills on? What do you base that on?
You know, we haven't voted on it.
Yeah, but I'm saying just on your general information, what would be your criteria?
I heard from other members that this was a good bill, and it was dealing with education, and we have a shortage of teachers.
We do.
And so that it was a pro-education bill that would make Alabama better and help us get teachers. So that's, you know, alternative certification. And we've got a teacher
stop
shortage.
right there. So when you think of alternative certification, what does that look like for you? Do you have children?
I do. I have 3 children.
Okay. Are they in public schools?
They all yes.
They're all in public schools.
And so was I.
Okay. All right. So when you think of your child's teachers, are you saying that a teacher with an alternative certificate in your school, is your school fully staffed that you know of, as far as you know? Are you fully staffed?
As far as I know, I mean, they obviously have substitutes.
But the substitutes are filling in for a teacher that's already there, not necessarily unless there's a teacher that's out on extended leave. And generally, you want to make sure, even if a teacher is out on extended leave, that teacher has and is capable of conducting the class that he or she is responsible for at that time. That doesn't always happen, but you do want to make sure that your child
No doubt.
has that teacher that's qualified.
Absolutely.
You don't want a sub in there for 6 weeks or a couple of months who is just really babysitting.
I totally agree with you. And I earlier, I thought Representative Moore was a teacher, and she clarified that.
Oh,
but
she was a medical technician, yes.
You were a teacher.
I taught for about 100 years.
Yeah.
Yes, sir, I did. But you know what? I loved every minute that I went into the classroom. Now, once I got there, I might have wondered, why did I go that day? But I loved being in the classroom, and I had a great time.
Which did you love better? Do you love being a representative better, or did you love being a teacher better?
I think I love teaching better.
Yeah.
Because it was young people. Sure. And you know, young people, you have a lot greater influence. And here, listen, one day they may like you, another day they were ready to throw you out with the water. So no. I love teaching. But I say all of that to say, as we look at we want to have the very best teacher.
I agree.
We want one that has met the qualification in terms of their courses that they've taken.
No doubt.
We want them to be certified in their area of study. You know, some people fuss at me because I fuss about Teach for America teachers being put in our poor performing schools. You don't find Teach for America teachers in our high performing schools. Generally, they are in our poor performing
Trying to
schools.
fill a need.
Yeah, but do you want them to fill a need in an area that they're not qualified in? I can give you an example. In the Huntsville City Schools, we had a large number of Teach for America teachers, I think about 25. There was a teacher who was teaching biology, but they had a drama degree. Now help me with that. Does that make sense to you?
Well, that doesn't on hearing what you're saying, but I will say I've been a big supporter of Teach for America because I've seen great teachers in Teach for America.
So if they are in their area of study, and when we look at the education budget, I do ask that language is placed in there. When we fund Teach for America teachers, we should not fund teachers that are going to be just in the classroom to take care of their responsibility. We should require and demand that they be in an area that is closely aligned with what their degree is in.
That makes sense. And I'll tell you, the Teach for America teachers I have had personal experience with were excellent.
Do you know what classes they were teaching and what their
Yes.
degree was in? Or give me an example.
Wyatt Smith started the Beijing to China, Birmingham to Beijing.
Okay.
He worked at Carver High School.
What did he teach?
He taught, well, they had a Chinese class that they learned Mandarin Chinese, but he was an English teacher. I think English.
So he had an English background. His degree was probably in English.
I would be guessing, but I think so. And I think he also had history.
Sure.
He was one of the smartest people I've seen. He was.
But you could see how those dots would connect, right? He had an English background. Probably, I don't know if I would want to believe he had language background in Mandarin, Chinese, Japanese, etc. I'd want to believe that he or she had that. And if they were doing that and making the connection in terms of teaching and history, that they were appropriately placed in a class. You wouldn't have put him or her in a biology class.
Well, I guess when you get up to, I certainly know what you're saying, Representative Hall. I guess when you get into, at what level does a teacher have to only teach one field? And you would, of course, you taught, I did not teach, although I love teaching kids, just hadn't done it in school. But I wonder at what level you have to have a special, because I would think a great teacher like you could have taught different subjects.
Really?
Well, do you think?
Science is my background, so I'm a biology major and a chemistry minor.
Well, that means you could have taught math, I assume.
Well, yeah, I mean, I could have, but I would not have had the same comfort level. Now, I could have learned, if you're talking about, basic math, yes. But for me to be in that classroom as a qualified, making sure that the children are getting the best possible education and understood the units, how one
Ladies' time has expired.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes the lady from Montgomery, Representative Morris.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With the gentleman here.
To a fellow outfielder, of course.
Thank you. But you was the best one out there. Okay. Let's talk about this calendar. So I wanted to know exactly how are the bills actually picked to go on this calendar? Because, at one time I said I wanted to be on rules. I didn't make it. Hopefully one day I'll be able to make it to rules. Mr. Speaker talking, but hopefully he hearing me. I'll be able to make it to rules and be able to sit in there with you all. I was always telling Mike Jones every time I came down, he had such a pleasant, you do too, and so does Representative Lovern, right? You got to be chairman, you got to keep a cool pace, everything, right? So that's right. You actually have that going on today. But I don't actually know the procedures. I wanted to be on there. I didn't make it. I love my committees.
Well, you and I didn't make the team either after our practice game, so.
I did. I made the team. I made the sub team.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah. You did better than me.
I made this. I think the leader, the majority leader, actually wanted me to come out there and do my thing. So that's how I made it.
Good.
But how do you go about picking which order the bills are going to go in? Because I see some good bills, and then I see some some cringing bills, and then sometimes when we come in, I look at a special order calendar, I'd be like, now who put this in order, Lord? Like we have some stuff that we could have just breezed through, and then we have some stuff that come first, and I'm like, oh my God.
Right. So it's picked by seniority. So your seniority is your picking order.
Okay.
So the bills are in the order that they were picked, and the representatives are in order of seniority.
So we can't just like bend the rules a little bit, flex them next time to just say, you know, let's just go through cruise control and then bam.
Well, I mean, I guess it'd be great if I got to pick every bill. That would be a nice.
I don't know. I don't know. So I heard one of my colleagues was talking about asking you, did you ever pick like Democrat
I have
bills?
I have.
Okay. I had
a matter of fact, I've carried, not only have I picked a bill that a Democrat has carried for rules, I have carried bills with senators many times where I'm the House sponsor and a Democrat is the Senate sponsor.
Oh.
Senator Livingston, Senator Smitherman. I know we've carried multiple bills before. To you know, where I mean, you've got a Democrat there, a Republican here, so you might have these Republican bills may have a Democrat carrying them in the Senate.
Yeah, I had a bill one time. It was, well, now they've taken it straight to the Supreme Court because I didn't get a chance to get it picked out, to raise the bond for murder to 1.5 million. It came out of committee, and Coach, I call him Coach Shivers, and he was like, why didn't you come to me? I would have picked it for you. And I was like, I just didn't know at that time. And he was like, all of my sheriffs are calling me about this bill, and I just thought that you was going to get it out. He said, but the next time, but then he said, I'm not coming back, but next time, don't hesitate to ask someone, even on the other side of the aisle, if you have a really good bill.
That's right.
To pick it out. And I was very thankful for Coach actually bringing that to me. So now, if I have something and I've gotten to know everyone, so I don't have a problem with coming to someone and saying, listen, I have a bill, I need it out.
Right.
I went up to, what's the senator name? But I went upstairs and I told him, I said, I just really need my bill to come out. And he said, okay, what is it? And immediately they got it out the basket, and it moved forward. So it's been a really good learning process, understanding how things are picked,
right?
What order they're actually coming in, how we can actually work, you know, together across the aisle, because a lot of times when people report things, especially from on the other side, well, TV and stuff like that, they make it seem like we're just down here just about to take each other's heads off, and that's so far from.
I'm so glad you said that, Representative Marsh. You're absolutely right. I tell people that all the time.
Yeah. So another point was, you told me who choose the order of the calendar. So I see my good friend got a lot of bills on here today, Mr. Danny Garrett. I see he has a couple taxation bills. Got one that say taxation.
He's got two.
He got two bills.
And then he's a co-sponsor on another one.
Okay.
Well, no, he's got two.
Can you just give me a little bit about which one it is? HB 117.
Let's see.
Page 3.
Yeah, and I'm gonna have to let Representative Garrett talk more about it. He's obviously the expert on it.
The lady's time has expired.
That was fast. Thank you.
Question for the body is adoption of the special order calendar. All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? Clerk, call first bill on calendar.
On page 42 of the calendar, House Bill number 342 with substitute by Representative DuBose relating to education.
Representative DuBose, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm here today to present HB 342, which amends a bill that we passed last year. Last year, we passed the Alternative Teacher Prep Act, which addressed the teacher shortage we have in Alabama by creating a professional teacher certification. This professional teaching certification is only available to individuals who have a 4-year degree from an accredited university. The legislation today addresses the requirements of the teacher certification providers. Only approved teacher education programs that meet our high quality standards will be offered. We require a program to have successfully operated for at least 10 years in at least 5 states and to have certified at least 10,000 teachers. The applicant must additionally pass an exam aligned with Alabama standards in both subject area and pedagogy. With that, Mr. Speaker, I move for the BIR.
Chair recognizes the lady from Calhoun, Representative Board.
My. I respect you highly.
Thank you.
And I just learned today when they call you that you were from Tuscaloosa. Am I right? Did I hear something?
Oh, I live in Hoover, not far from Tuscaloosa, very close.
Well, I know about both. As I stand here today, my. I've been very quiet up to this point. I was trying to save all my energy for those long 45 years and 6 months that I served in education. So when I stand here on these, I'm standing here not for Democrats, not for Republicans, not for independents, not for nothing, but I'm standing here for the children of our state. When we did this last time, and I'm going to move on, there were some issues we tried to bring out, but I know you're going to listen a little more so we don't have to come back again and redress this same issue. So what about this bill that will assure that we're correcting the problem that it's proposed? If you just explain, help me to understand that.
Well, do you know the statistics on how short we are of teachers?
Of course.
Our 4-year colleges are producing 20% fewer teachers in the last 5 years. And because we are trying to increase our standards in the state of Alabama, for example, with the Numeracy Act, we need 700 experienced math teachers. So we took our experienced math teachers and put them into that numeracy program. We need even more math teachers to teach our students. Last year, we graduated only 38 math teachers from our 4-year colleges. So that's just an example of the shortage that we're having. So this program allows people that have an accredited degree in another subjects, perhaps they're an engineer or they're a nurse or any number of things, and they want to change careers. The average age of the person that's in this program is 39 to 40 years old. So these are experienced people that decide they want to change careers and come back in the classroom. And this is a flexible program that will allow them to continue working, take courses according to their own schedule, take a test that meets our Alabama standards, be licensed by the State Department of Education, and then they have to be hired by a principal. So there's a number of steps that they go through to ensure that they are the quality person that that local school needs. And so you have to remember, it always goes back to the local school too, to select the people that they want and that they need in their classrooms. So I hope that addresses some of your questions.
How does this differ from the provisional certificates that were already in place that almost did the same thing?
Yeah, we have a lot of different type certificates out there. For example, we have an emergency certificate, and you don't even go through any subject matter training for that. That is just anybody that has a 4-year degree, they take an exam, and then they're in the classroom, and that's supposed to be used on an emergency basis. And I think we've extended that to where they can work 4 years. But there's other things. So for example, if you're a professional and you want to become an administrator, there's a certificate that you can get to become an administrator. Or if you're suppose your teaching degree is in one field of education and you want to change subject matters, you can get a special certificate to do that. If you want to teach career tech, we have special certificates for that to bring people that have been working in the career tech world, teaching welding or air conditioning or whatever, all these fields, all these important fields are, they can get certified and come into the classroom and teach this career tech area, which is a growing area and, as you know, really important. So this is just another tool in the toolbox to provide more teachers for our local schools.
Great. But you know what I think the real toolbox is that we have not addressed, in my opinion, is colleges of education. What is your opinion? If we're going to really improve what we're trying to do in this state, it needs to begin, and some of us need to have enough courage to stand up here and keep bringing little piece by bits by bits. We need to, as my grandmother would say, put the hay down so the goats can get it or whatever. And what we need to do, in my opinion, and I want yours, is look at colleges of education, not criticizing. I've worked in them, we've done well. But as times has changed, we need to begin, in my opinion. And
I agree with you. Our colleges of education are extremely important. And I would love to see more students choose education as a career. It's a wonderful field, a rewarding field. And we need to figure out why more students are not choosing to get those teaching degrees anymore. We're starting to address that with different programs through STEM and math. We've offered opportunities to repay loans for those particular students. But I agree, we need to do more. I would love for our colleges of education to prosper, to grow, and to be increasing. I would love for them to supply all the teachers we need and then some. So I agree with you.
Our students in Alabama are smart. I have a granddaughter who is preparing, and she comes home and tells me some of the things preschool that the young people are doing now. They're smarter. And it's hard for me to understand why Alabama still stays on the bottom along with some other states. There's something in the process that we're not doing correctly.
Yeah.
And I agree with you, and I'm not challenging you. I would be standing here, and I'm not through today. I'm going to stand here on everyone that he allows me to speak on, because I think I owe that for my years of experience, and you can imagine what I've experienced in all those years. So I would hope that you, along with some others, would
come back and let's readdress and look at. And I know it doesn't begin, but everything does begin here. And that is one thing I think I enjoy. Thank you for the opportunity, for listening to me. Thank you.
Thank you for all you've done for our children and for your experience, and we appreciate your advice. Thank you.
Chair thanks the lady. Chair recognizes the lady from Morgan, Chairperson Collins.
Thank you for the recognition, Mr. Speaker. I want to, Representative DeVos, I want to thank you for being willing to work with all the different groups on this. I know with higher education, like Representative Boyd was just talking about, we've gone back and forth and back and forth, and probably everybody's not getting everything they want, but I think that what we've done is that we've ensured that we have high quality programs, and that's all that would be available to be chosen in Alabama to work with. And I know, as I've spoken with some of my teachers, and even some of the ones that were meeting with the very first meeting we had about 6 years ago with the deans of the colleges of education, they said some of these alternative programs were the best professional development they got. And so thank you for working with this bill.
Thank you. Thank you for that. That's what we want.
Chair thanks the lady. Chair recognizes the lady from Madison, Representative Hall. Be the third person to speak on the BR.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The lady yield.
Yes, I will.
So, as you heard earlier, that I'm a former classroom teacher, so I take certification real serious. As a matter of fact, I think the one regret, if I would say that I have a regret from my time in the classroom, was that I didn't encourage more young people to go into education. What I did was I encouraged them to become engineers, doctors, lawyers, because of that, but did not. It wasn't that I was opposed, it's just that the potential, the ability to, but today, if I would think about one thing that I should have done was to have talked more about becoming a classroom teacher, because the pay certainly is not the reward. The reward is having an opportunity to see your student become the dean of a medical school in the state of Alabama. Or the reward is to have one of your students be the ophthalmologist that will remove, certain problems with your eyes. Or the reward was that student that everybody had given up on that would come back and say, thank you for challenging me. I had this process. Each day I would put maybe $1 something on a hanger and have it in the room and have a question that they had to look up and have it ready for me by the time the bell rang.
Yeah.
And the student that did that got the $1, $2, or whatever it was. That student, I walked into a department store and he was up hanging lights. And I said, Freddie, what are you doing? He said, oh, I work here. I'm the electrician. I thought, oh my God, how amazing. And he said, you know what? The fact that you would challenge us, because I was teaching physical science at that time, that you would challenge us every day coming into the classroom. I could not wait to come in there to figure out what you were going to challenge me on that day and get the answer. I looked forward to that. So I understand what it feels like to be a teacher, what it feels like to have your students succeed. And I also want to make sure that every child that goes into the classroom in Alabama get that kind of teacher.
Yeah.
And I didn't say I was the best teacher. I had great students too. And good students make you an even better teacher. I want every child to have that. Now, how does alternative teaching or having an alternative certificate ensure us that that possibility exists for our children today?
Well, this program will actually enrich, I feel like it's going to enrich the teachers that we have. It'll give us the ability to bring in people that have additional experience. Perhaps, imagine an engineer that has worked in the field of engineering and is an expert in science and math, coming into the classroom, not just to teach math, but along the way, enrich these students with some real world experience that he's had in that particular career. He could motivate a student in that career. And so that's the kind of people that I imagine taking advantage of this, bringing in real world classroom experience. And your experience is wonderful. We need to have you out there talking to more students. We need to have you in front of our, in fact, I might be a teacher after I do this, after listening to you. I might go through this program and I might do that.
Well, listen, I will challenge you. Your life will be so enriched by the and it's, the young people
I appreciate what teachers do and what you've said. I wish more young people, and I hear what you're saying, because teachers work so hard to send their little chickadees off all over the world. And we could have thought of, and be a teacher too. What a rewarding experience.
So who will provide the alternative certification? Is it,
So there's any number of groups that could qualify. So that's the deal. We have a list of qualifications here.
Right.
So it's whatever providers there are that meet these particular qualifications.
So where are you on? Let me make sure I have the right bill. I got the wrong bill up here with me.
Okay.
But that's okay. So, but that's what I'm looking at, the certification. Is it the national certification, National Board of Now there are a group of teachers that's board certified. We have, that's at the top level of our teaching. But I'm saying, who is the certification board for the teachers that will come under the alternative plan?
Well, there's different ways you could do this. There's a CAPE certification, which is one option. And then the other option is...
Is that CAPE?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
And then the other option is this whole list of things, which includes you have to operate in 5 states.
And why is that significant?
Well, it's just I'm about to give you like a whole list of other qualifications.
Okay, go ahead.
So you have to operate in 5 states, at least 5 states, and not be on probation in any of those 5 states. You have to have.
Now, are you talking about the
providers?
The providers. So are these? Are they That's okay. But
These
when
are
you
providers that provide this. They do it all in many states throughout our country. They provide this service for.
Okay, do you know what's the names of those providers? I'm trying to determine what to look for.
iTeach is one of them. iTeach.
Okay.
American Board. Those are the only 2 I know of.
iTeach, and the other one is what?
American Board.
American Board.
I think that's the full name.
Okay. So that's what I was looking for. Who are the providers?
Those are 2 of them. Those are,
okay.
There may be more. I just know of those 2.
Okay, so that's a good example. So iTeach and American Board providers, they are I'm assuming they are a for-profit company that is providing this service to the state. Versus the states that are responsible for the certification.
Right. And I don't know if they're profit or nonprofit. I need to check on that for you. Are they profit or nonprofit? I don't know. But
I'll
anyway,
look it up.
These
Okay.
programs, I would assume they're for profit.
I
don't know, but
I'm thinking so.
Yeah.
Somebody has realized that. Okay, so they must operate in 5 states, at least 5 states, for a period of 10 years. Okay.
And they have to have certified at least 10,000 teachers. So this is not just somebody that just popped up and decided to do it. I mean, this is a proven program that has been in multiple states. The ones I've looked at are in anywhere from 10 to 15 states or more.
Did you check out any of these to determine whether or not what they use, where those 10,000 teachers are? What areas? What are their areas, specialty?
I mean, I've seen all the different subject options. Math, biology, special education, early education. There's a whole list of different subject matter you could choose.
So we passed this bill last year, I believe it was. So are we using any of those companies
It has not come, we are still fine tuning the provider list or the provider requirement. So it hasn't gone into effect yet.
So we have not, okay.
Yeah, so
All
the
right.
purpose of this is to fine tune those provider requirements so that we can get the best providers and then start using it. It hadn't been used yet.
So I'd be interested in knowing when we do fine tune, as we are fine tuning it, you know, what the number, the areas especially where they're located. Do we have any of those individuals that are in our state? You know, are they, you know, regional?
National. I mean, our state Department of Education will be required to keep a database of the providers that qualify.
Okay.
So they will keep up with the database. And then the providers will submit to us the educators that complete their program. They'll submit that list to the Department of Education every year. So the Department of Education will keep up with the providers, and they will keep up with the number of students that complete the program.
Do you know if any of them would require Praxis, which is presently used in our teacher certification here in the state of Alabama?
Would require
the exam, Praxis, Praxis.
Oh, the that exam. They are required to take a similar exam that matches all of our Alabama standards. So that has been added to the requirement.
Okay, all right. So that means they would, if they're doing that, that means they would also have the basic skills test, all of those things?
Yes, so they have to learn subject matter
Subject
and
knowledge.
classroom
And the
training.
teaching.
Classroom pedagogy, the classroom management, that has to be taught also in this program.
Do you have any idea what that length of time period is for this?
And the lady's time has expired.
You can do it as fast as you want to. You have
Chair
to.
recognizes
You
the
can do it.
gentleman from Pike, Representative Paramore. Be the fourth person on the BR.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the lady yield?
I will yield.
Good. When this originally came out, I wasn't necessarily quite 100% on board, but going over some things, and thank you for looking at it. But one of the biggest concerns I had to start with was the student teaching aspect. A student goes through a 4-year, gets their degree, has a student teaching aspect to it. So, but I know this bill doesn't really change any law that was passed last year. I think what we're doing is hopefully making this process a little bit better. So
Right.
thank you.
That's correct. Thank
And at the
you.
appropriate time, I will bring an amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Question for the body now is the adoption of the BR. Clerk will unlock machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Court votes 96 ayes, 2 nays. BR has passed. Representative Bose.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I move to pass this committee substitute.
Okay, I've got some lights on. Do y'all wish to speak on the sub or on the bill? Okay, go ahead and explain the sub.
Okay, let me quickly explain the sub. We've talked about it a little bit. It says that none of the vendors or providers will be allowed. They have to be in at least 5 states, and they shall not be on probation in any of those states. We've added that an examination that is substantially aligned with Alabama standards in subject area, pedagogy, or both will be required. These requirements do not apply to 2 or 4-year institutions of higher learning. If an alternative teacher education preparation organization does not satisfy the prerequisite provided, then the CAPE certification is allowed. That's the Council for Accreditation of Educator Preparation. And then finally, the program must submit a report to the State Board of Education annually detailing the numbers of participants.
You've heard the explanation of the sub. The question for the body now is pass of the sub. Clerk will unlock machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock machine. Court votes 98 ayes, 2 nays, 3 abstentions. The sub has been adopted. Representative Bose.
Mr. Speaker, I move final passage, though I do expect a friendly amendment.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Pike. Representative Paramore.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The lady yield.
Yes, I yield.
Thank you, and thank you for working with us to get this amendment. But this amendment really only includes adding that the participant must complete some type of student teaching with the Alabama Teacher Mentorship Program if hired by a local board of education that participates in the program. And I offer the amendment.
Yes, and I accept that as a friendly amendment.
You heard the explanation of the amendment. Clerk will see the amendment.
Amendment to House Bill number 342 by Representative Paramore.
You've heard the explanation of the amendment. So the question for the body is adoption of that amendment. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 99 ayes, 0 nays. Floor amendment has passed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Mr. Speaker, I move final passage as amended.
Chair recognizes the lady from Jefferson, Representative Moore.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My concern, as I listen to your explanation of your bill, we already do that. Everything that you outlined for people who have, that might not have a degree in education, all the different trainings that you talked about, those trainings are already offered to our teachers. Now, one of the reasons you have fewer and fewer people going into education, especially men, is because we don't pay them enough monies to take care of their families. And as far as women, a lot of women have left that career because the classrooms now, we don't want to deal with the situations of the children. We got children with all types of medical problems that are coming into the classroom. And the teachers have to be a teacher, they got to be a counselor, they got to be a doctor. And we've talked about this year after year. Rather than coming up with these programs, this is not going to help. Because someone who has, say, got a degree in science, one of our med techs, several of them, when I worked in the laboratory, went back and became science teachers. I was a freshman science teacher at Faulkner for a while. But the thing is, when you're in K through 8, you get so many problems to come into the classroom. The paperwork that this body and the State Board of Education have put on our teachers, they spend more time during the hours of a day filling out a report. So they have very little time to teach. To give you some examples of what our teachers are facing, since we put in place charter schools, we're getting these children that go to charter school, kindergarten, first grade. By second and third grade, they're sending them back to the public school. They can't count 1 through 10. They couldn't spell their names. They couldn't say the first 3 letters of the alphabet. So you're getting our public school teachers that are being so overwhelmed. And then with some of the children, some of these children have such problems. I had a case in one of my schools where a second grader, just out of control, grabbed the teacher's arm and twisted it to the back till he broke it. We have to deal with the issues of the home and the children that's coming from these homes. The greatest thing we could do in this body, I think a few states have passed what they call holistic education bills, where they're looking at the situation in the home as well to protect the child or help the child when they come into the school. To give you an example of that, at one point in Birmingham, we had a program. If a child comes into the classroom and act out, the teacher would refer that child to the family to our alternative program. In that program, we had social workers, psychologists, so they would go to the parent, talk with the parent, see what the problem is. Some cases, it might be a situation the parents started having children 12, 13 years old, but when the child got in kindergarten and they would come home and ask the parent to help them, they couldn't help them because they couldn't read either. But in those situations, we got those parents their GED, and if they wanted to have any further training, we'll send them to trade school or wherever. And we raise that money from different companies to help us do that. If we can't get into the home, you can have all of this that you want, because I'm an advocate for our children, served on the school board, have always been. Even in my church, those children that act out in those early grades, if their parents can't get off from work to go to school, I take them back. If it takes me sitting there and helping the teacher to get that child on the right track, that's what we do. This is not help, but I know nobody want to hear the real problems. We've got to address babies that was born as drug babies, never had any type of care. You've got to go into some families genetically have mental issues. That's not addressed because the teacher's not trained to do that, nor is a counselor trained to do that. We did pass a bill to put more psychiatrists and counselors at the state with trained, but it got to the Senate, and the Senate took it out the bill. The need has not left. We already do all of this. If you could just imagine the number of programs we already have for people who did not get an education degree. If they teach the first 2 years, they have those 2 years to go ahead and get their programs. In Birmingham, it's UAB that they'll go and get that certification. They have even a program where the state was looking at how can we train teachers to be the finance person over those buildings, so that when it's time for budget time, you've got someone that's trained to manage it, so that we could look at our cost and where we're spending money, so we could spend our money more effective and efficiently in order to provide the best quality and quantitative education. So I think this is good, but it's already in place, and I think the energy that we are using on this, we could use to put those psychiatrists in the schools. Like I know in Birmingham, the last school board I went to last month, so far we've hired one psychiatrist. He's got to handle everything. And he has one social worker with him that's dealing with all of the different mental and physical problems that exist, and still at the same time trying to work through what the family issues are. We've got to just develop a program that deals with holistic education. And I think Arkansas might have been the last state that I found that passed a holistic bill. We need to get that and look at that rather than, like Representative Boyd said, we've got to stop piecemealing. All the problems we have are going back to the homes. Teachers don't want to be injured in the classroom. Men, and I've got 3 or 4 at one of my schools. I'm just so proud of them, just how they hang in there. One's a math teacher that the children love, and they know he's a disciplinarian. I've got 2 English teachers that the children love, an excellent disciplinarian. When they're in the hallway, everybody stand tall and do what they got to do. And I've got an excellent band instructor that requires discipline whenever the children are around. So rather than to spend our time on this, I think the greatest job that this body can do is go back and look at those states that have passed those holistic education bills that would put us in the home to solve the problems in the home, and then we'll have better children. Because when I came along, the parents said, don't go to school and embarrass this family name. So we knew that we had to be disciplined and obedient. But all of that fell through the crack with a lot of our children, and the way we came back and we went from K-8 schools to K-5 and middle schools. The other thing we really need to do is go back to K-8 schools and high schools, because when you put those children from 6th to 8th grade out there on that island, they don't know where they belong. Many of them sit there and wait to drop through the crack before they go to high school. So as an advocate for children, an advocate for teachers, an advocate for the best quality and quantity of education that we could provide in public schools, rather than all these different alternative methods of education that have not proven to be the best paths that we should take our children on. But I do thank you for being so attentive. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair thanks the lady. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Hale, Representative Travis. While he's making his way down here, I'd like to recognize in the gallery Midfield High School from Midfield, Alabama, with Dr. Williams and Assistant Principal Ackerson. The guest are Representative Patrick Sellers. Also, we have Meek Elementary 4th grade from Arley, Alabama. Guests are Representative Tim Wadsworth and Tracy Estes. Let's give them a big hand. Thanks for being with us today.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentlelady yield?
Yes, I will.
I guess my concern was approaching this issue of trying to create other ways to put people in the classroom. And I know I heard you mention engineering several times earlier on. So as an engineer, it definitely kind of got under my skin a little bit. One of the issues, because I have a daughter who's a teacher, first-year teacher, been named teacher of the year for a school, doing a great job, just completed her master's, received her master's Thursday. But one of the things that seemed to be a problem that we failed to address, I just here at Alabama, but everywhere, is the amount of pay that teachers receive. Mm-hmm. When you look at it, that educators receive 73% less than other people in that comparative background, it causes a big problem, because when people start looking at careers and going to college, and mom and dad want to get a good job and where they can make some money, the salaries of teachers from a profession does not even come close. And then when you think about it, the fact is that an average starting teacher only spends 5 years in education before they make a choice. You know, we are not doing anything to address those issues. To say that we can expect, you know, and I just said from an engineering standpoint, there are so many other opportunities, maybe teaching under a 2-year college system, or maybe they're teaching a 4-year, but there are so many other issues out there for them to make money on in comparison to. And that's the whole thing, because while we are saying we'll do this and we hope, I wonder, do they have any statistics if someone do come in under these alternate certificates, how long do they actually stay in the education arena? You know, I know we've had the Teach for America that does some things, and they come in and they do some service in rural areas to kind of help pay their college costs off and reduce those costs. But I wonder how many of them just actually stayed. I know I've heard some that have come that went on to other careers and stuff like that. How do we address those issues, you know, as certification? Because, you know, if we don't, as a legislative body, as a state, if you look at what a starting teacher pay is, and then out of that get paid once a month, and then out of that, you know, a large part of that, for they're gonna have a quality of living, is the expensive apartment, maybe a house, but you know, $1,200 a month, and then what to get, car note, you know, can't hardly put food. So in most time, you find those that stay, they have to have an alternate, another job, you know, finish teaching job, then go and work, but then go to another job. finish a teacher job for the week and go work another job for the weekend, Saturday, Sundays. How are we with those type of things like that? How can any of this make a difference? And that's my concern. As an engineer, we love problems. We love to solve problems. Can you give me a description of how this makes a difference on solving this?
Well, I agree. Retention is a problem. Teacher retention, teachers that graduate from four-year colleges, like you said, I've seen that same statistic. Most of them don't stay more than 5 years. So that I can't tell you that this is going to solve the retention problem. I'm just offering a solution to bring more teachers in because, like you said, we have a problem graduating them and we have a problem retaining them. And I can't tell you that these teachers are necessarily going to stay any longer. They're in a different part of their career and they may be to a position where they're not working necessarily for the money. Maybe they've made good money. Maybe they've already retired. And so these teachers, the salary aspect may not be the reason they're going back to teach. I would, but I don't have the answer to the retention problem that you just mentioned. I think it's a lot of it.
Well, and that's what I said, because what you're saying here, because if they came out and went alternative, it wouldn't be the age. They would come in as a starting teacher, which is the salary is the lowest. And unless our salary schedules work, unless they stay there 10 years, they won't see a substantial increase. So, and I can say, well, maybe somebody said, well, I want the teachers to stay home. That's the reason, to be with my children. I can see that possibly being a reason. But just overall trying to solve what we have as a major problem. That's my concern.
Yeah.
Are we really concerned? Do we really want to make a difference? Because if we really want to say, to give colleges something to recruit with and to encourage students to go in and stuff like that, it would be that we would go out and said, we're going to change and offer a great starting salary. Because to be honest about it, I went through those careers some years ago, but we would always care when you finish college, you would look at coming across, you would look at that starting salary, you look at fringe benefits.
Right.
And really right now, from a teacher standpoint, our starting salaries and our fringe benefits, they made some changes. But when it used to be that teachers had to work based to the age of 62, that wasn't a really good fringe benefit in the standpoint. How, and I know you're bringing the bill for somebody, but my issue is, how can we really solve this problem? I could just say, my thing is, do what I would do. Let's go ahead and raise the salary, start the salaries, right now, and see what results we get from that. See, I would say make a substantial increase for 5 years and see what that does from the standpoint of allowing students to go to educational institutions, to enter into the teaching profession, who would feel that they would make a living, and then that people would stay in past those 5 years. Because if you think about it, the number that you're losing 5 years, just walking away from it completely, not going back. And, I'm sure they're still, and then your people that are leaving, I know there were some issues going to try to allow retired teachers to earn more, to be available. But I would like to be part with you and something that, let's say, we're going to go out here and we're going to take this budget surplus and we're going to increase the starting salaries and the salaries of teachers, and we're going to do it, make a 5-year commitment to see what happens there.
Yeah.
And that's, to me, it's real simple, because if we got a problem, you want to solve it. If you were sick and went to the doctor, you would want him to take care. You don't want him to just put a bandage, it'll get better, a little bit of everything. If we really want to make a difference in the education profession, we would say, from a state legislator, from the governor's office, the Department of Education, we would make a substantial increase and see what will happen then. Yeah. And I know that people talk about problems that students have, and I know I got a daughter who deals with students, and she takes it as a joy to be able to transition some of those students with the problems. He does talk about all the paperwork they have to do on students that are not failing. Every student has to have 13 pages written documentation on them, and that we require from the state to have. And she does that, and she tries to make sure. But the thing is, if we could just really say, hey, we really want y'all in education. We're really concerned. We're not going to go out here and try charter schools. We're not going to do anything. We're going to invest in the public school systems. by having the person. You know, one of the things that I found as part of my background and everything, most times in an operational systems, your human capital is the cheapest thing with a whole project. We don't value our human capital because if we truly here at Alabama, we want to set a difference, we would say, we're going to use this, we're going to change the salary matrix, and we are committed to this, and you would see a difference. You know, because just think about it. I know where the neighborhood you live in. I got a friend that lives in that visit. They want to live in those same type of neighborhoods.
Right.
You know, they want to, and if it's not that, but they at least want to live where it's safe, that they can have quality, you know, good quality of life things, and walk the dog in the neighborhood and do that type of thing, and don't have to worry about crime. But you know what the housing market is and everything and stuff. Just how could we, you know, let's just make that commitment from the state of Alabama that we're gonna make sure that that we create opportunities to bring educators and keep educators in the classroom. That is just not a lip service saying we're gonna do this when you and I know this is not gonna make any difference. It's not gonna increase our numbers. When you talk about the number of math teachers, if someone graduates college in math, the demand from the other industries across America is so great that there's no even desire to even think about looking at education of teaching. Thank you for this opportunity to chat with you on this subject.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes a gentleman from Mobile, Representative Bracy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With the lady you.
Yes, I will.
I really enjoyed spending time with you yesterday.
I know. Me too.
Yeah, that was pretty cool. It was cool seeing us work together, and the students seemed really excited about it. I think spending time with that Alabama Destination Career Academy has been really beneficial.
Yeah.
And
that
also
was
the virtual schools.
That was really rewarding experience. I didn't know much about that, so I enjoyed that too.
Yeah, I've been working with them for a few years now, and it's, like you say, it's really rewarding, and it's giving those parents that decides they want to do something a little different,
right.
an opportunity, and it also connects business and industry and collegiate and just whatever they need, and it makes those connections for them, and then this one is connected to Chickasaw High School, so you still have an opportunity to be a part of the school system as well. So it was just pretty unique.
It was.
Yeah,
It was impressive opportunities.
Yeah, I didn't quite understand it in the beginning because I was like, how is Chickasaw High School running a virtual school for the state of Alabama? Like it was kind of confusing to me, but it was good to see you there. I saw a TikTok where one of the parents did a TikTok.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and it had us in it.
Oh,
It had us in it.
You'll have to send that to
having some conversations. It was the parent that was talking about the financial literacy.
Yeah, that's right, because
portion.
we talked about that.
So her daughter was filming, I think, when she asked the question.
Yeah. Okay.
And then she also mentioned that she talked to Representative Robbins and just a few people that she met throughout the process here today. But I guess that's our greetings and everything, the pleasantries, and we'll just kind of take a dive into the bill. I think I like the bill. I'm not 100% sure yet, right?
Thank you.
And I've been trying to read it and understand it, and the sub and the amendment, you know, people, you know, out there in radio land, as they used to say when I used to listen to gospel on the radio, it makes it complicated because it's trying to keep up with a lot of moving parts. Where you have
it's true.
Existing legislation that we recently passed, the current bill, the substitute, and now an amendment, and it's like you're trying to figure out.
I had to write it down. I had to make a list, you know.
Right. So it makes it a little bit difficult. So if you will, give me an idea of where we were and what exactly we're trying to accomplish.
Right.
One of the main issues that I'm concerned about, I serve on the Board of Trustees of Alabama State University, and our enrollment is down in our education department
Yeah, I
And,
saw that.
you know,
I think,
across the board,
yeah,
really.
I know.
But just kind of more, that one hits closer to home for me because I'm a part of that system.
Yeah.
And I heard you mention about maybe going back to teach, but you know, we passed that double dipping law. It makes it where we can't do it if we wanted to.
Well, darn. Okay.
That's kind of messed up.
Yeah.
And I can see about some things, but that should definitely be an exception. Because could you imagine being an Alabama history teacher and a member of the House of Representatives?
I know.
That would be pretty amazing. And you could bring your students on a field trip to the Capitol. You know, that would be pretty amazing. But in December of 2010, we changed all of that in here.
Oh, okay. That was before my time.
And it became illegal going into the 2014 cycle.
Okay.
Yeah. So people had to make a choice. So a lot of people that were working in education had to decide if they were going to continue to be educators or legislators. Or, you know, one of my good friends was a state trooper. He had to decide. He had about 7 years left to retire, so he went back to become a state trooper, and, you know, instead of finishing.
To finish that route up.
Finish that.
Going somewhere else.
Right, because he was so close to retirement. And then Representative Grimsley was here. He was a juvenile probation officer, and he had to decide, and he stayed here. So it's kind of like people had to make some real choices. But these were really good state employees, but they were of the people.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, because I don't. Yeah, public service. So we don't want to. I don't think we ever want to create a class system kind of deal of you have to be this type of person to be able to serve in the legislature. And I think we
I agree.
did that kind of unintended, but we did. But yeah, if you can just help me out a bit about where we are and what we're trying to do, because even in some of the schools in my district, the teacher units are vacant. We have the slot, but we don't have the body. And I can remember going to a school one time, and I was looking for the principal, and he was inside teaching a math class because they were short, I think, 2 math teaching units.
Yeah.
So tell me, where are we now, and how can we help fill some of those gaps? And I don't want to keep talking because I guess I can keep going on and on, because something else just popped to my mind that we took away, which was the drop program that we took away. That was an incentive to keep teachers in the classroom, and then we allow them to retire, but if they come back, we're making them pay into the retirement again, which is another incentive that we took away.
I don't know about that.
It's really complicated.
Yeah.
Some of the things that we have in place, which we probably need to focus more attention on. What would it take to hire and retain good quality teachers here?
Keep them so they don't retire. So we want them to continue to work and not retire early.
So for instance, in Mobile, you know, a teacher can retire and could drive 45 minutes to work right over in Pascagoula or Biloxi. And, you know, they retire at a young age, right around 50. They have a good 10 or 15 years left in them, and now they're working in a totally
Working in another system.
Right, educating those kids. So
Yeah. I mean, that's another issue. But really, all this does is lay down the criteria for the providers that provide these alternative teacher programs, because we want to make sure that they're quality providers. And so we just worked with higher ed and any interested parties to come up with what we feel like is a list to make sure that we have the quality providers providing this service to people that want it. And, you know, it's not intended to discount anything higher ed does. This is just a supplement. I see this as attracting a different type of student, but it's not to take away anything, any higher ed programs, which we want to continue to be excellent and fully support those programs.
Okay, so the alternative teaching, I guess, certificates, they would not come through our higher educational system?
No, these are people that have already graduated from at least a 4-year degree from an accredited
I'm
university
talking about
in a
the
different
provider,
degree.
the provider, not the applicant or the student,
Okay.
but the provider. The provider would
Provider-
not be the 4-year institution.
No, it's not. That's this whole situation. This is a separate provider that comes in and offers this as it's an online program that can be done at your own pace. So that's what this alternative program is.
So this is like a for-profit type.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. And so we're having to be very careful about making sure we get quality programs in our state. But it's just another option.
I got you. And I think I like the option. Who's going to monitor to make sure that the standards that we need are met? Because one of I would think one of our objectives would be to make sure that we remove ourselves from the bottom tier in the country, education-wise. So who would be making sure that these new teachers meet the minimum standards that we need?
Well, we have to submit to the State Board of Education the number of students that come out of these programs. So the State Board of Education sees that. And then the State Board of Education also has to issue the license to the students that complete the program, and they're going to have to make sure they complete all the requirements before they issue.
Okay, so the ball does come back to the court or the State Department of Education, and that's what I thought I read.
Yeah.
But of course, when you have so many changes, just want to make sure. And thank you so much for your time this morning.
Thank you. Thank you for coming down and speaking to me.
Thank you, gentlemen. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Jefferson, Representative Rogers.
No, I'm just here listening. I'm just glad David Faulkner's not talking back. I'm trying to hear, and David Faulkner's like a booming voice. I'm like, we're trying to talk here.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now, I got a question. I've been asking about this bill back there. Do you already have a company picked out who will do this already? I mean, why you got to bring somebody in? I mean, at your higher education places, they already offer this kind of training. If you want to change fields of learning to teach science or math, all you got to go to a 4-year college to do it.
Yeah, this is another option. This is online. These are for people that already have a degree, but not in education. So they don't want to have to go back to school, get a master's. They've already they could have multiple degrees already.
So we're going to pay another company. We already provide money to higher education.
Oh, well, we're not paying them. The state's not paying them. The individual that takes the class would pay whatever the cost is.
Okay, well, why can't they go to a UAB, Alabama, anywhere and take the course up and become certified, teach anywhere they want to teach? Why we got to do this? Why we got to spend it? I mean, I'm looking at my good buddy old Sam Jones right now. Sam Jones, tell me why are we gonna pay somebody else to do what we already can do? I mean,
this program has more flexibility. You can do it in a quicker amount of time, less expensive. It's just another option that may appeal to some people. It's not going to appeal to everybody, but it's just another option out there.
Why can't you got Auburn, you got Alabama, you got UAB, you got A&M.
Those are all great schools.
Why can't, if you want to teach it, all right, you got a degree in engineering, but you want to learn how to teach it another subject, right? You talk about, right? You want to start teaching science, right? All of a sudden.
Yeah.
So you want them to go to another school. We already got all these places that offer the same thing. It's kind of funny, like it sounds like you're trying to find somewhere to give somebody some money or something. It's not the case. You're not trying. Y'all already had a place picked out. Sam Jones, do they have a place picked out already that y'all gonna do this with? I mean, evidently it sounds like the state trying to give some money to somebody that we don't know about. I mean, evidently, because you go to Miles College, you go to Auburn, I mean, and do the same thing. Why all of a sudden, Mr. Jones, we're we're gonna find somebody to get some money to do this for us. I mean, it's a waste of money. Why do we fund these schools of higher education? All this money, then we go turn around and go find somebody online to train an engineer to teach biology. When they can go to a 4-year college or even, why can't you do it at a 2-year college? Well, I mean,
This is just another option that has more flexibility. You can do it online.
Susan, you look good, you read. Thank you. By the way.
Well,
hey, why are we gonna spend some extra money to go find somebody that they probably already know? I guarantee you, they already got the contract picked out who they gonna give it to give them some money to train an engineer how to teach biology. When he can go to a 2-year college, 4-year college, or 2-year college and get the same thing that we already paying for. It sound kind of smoky. Kind of supposed to sound like they got somebody picked out already to get his money to. I bet $10 to a donut. You already know who it's gonna be. I know you don't have a part in it. I know because they probably gave you this bill. And like they get most bills, they handle this bill for us, and it's probably gonna get passed because they're gonna run down everybody's throat sooner or later. But it sounds kind of shaky. You know what I'm talking about? It's kind of greasy, like, you know. That if you already got somebody who can do it, that you already paying money for to the college, why are you gonna go find some other agency to give them money to do what you're already doing? See what I'm saying? Now you know good and well, UAB has a program already that if you're an engineer, you want to start teaching biology, come take a couple of courses. You go to Jeff State. So now, and they already offer courses online already, so you can go online. So the online thing doesn't matter. Now, why all of a sudden we're gonna get so brilliant down here in the state of Alabama, we're gonna find something coming that we already know who it is to come in and start training somebody how to teach. So now, teachers has to be a gift. Everybody can't teach. I can't teach. I could teach. I tried teaching one time. I stayed 3 weeks. When I got out of service, I took a substitute teacher job. I quit in 1 week because I didn't have the way to handle the kids. It's more than just teach. You got to be able to handle the kids also.
That's right.
So now, why all of a sudden the state of Alabama got all this money all of a sudden? I bet $10 to a donor. I guarantee you, they already know who the company is.
Well, no money from Alabama is going. This is. If you've seen the fiscal note on this, there's zero. There's no cost for the state of Alabama.
So they will come in all along, but it's got to be some money somewhere. You just don't. They haven't told you where the money was, but I guarantee you, I bet $10 to a cash whisker is involving some money. So all of a sudden, this great idea, some company sold somebody an idea that I want to come in and retrain teachers in one field to another field when they already know how to do this. It just kind of shaky to me. I just got that feeling. I might be wrong, but I feel they know who the company is already. No, you feel that way?
I don't feel that way.
I know you don't. You can't say you feel that way, but deep down in your heart, way down in your heart, your soul, you can see that, right? Deep down your heart, down your little pinky toe.
In my heart of hearts.
Yeah. They go way down to the pinky toe. You can find it. You can feel like this is a gimme program for somebody. You don't believe that?
I don't feel that way.
I know you.
Okay, let me give you an example about my own life.
All right,
okay, so there was a time when I was thinking about going back into teaching. My kids had grown up. I didn't want to go back into banking, and I thought, I have this time and this energy. What do I want to do?
I can't hear Ms. Bigger. She got good experience. I can't hear her.
I'm telling a story. So this was.
I can't hear her.
This was.
It's loud out there.
Before I ran for office, and I thought.
Hey, I want to hear what you said because you got a good answer.
Okay.
Thank y'all.
So I thought, well, maybe I'd like to go into teaching. But I already have a degree. I don't want to go through another 4-year degree. I don't care about another degree. I have 2 degrees already. I don't want another one. So I started looking into what's it going to take for me to become a teacher? It was going to take 2 years. It was going to take thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars. The quickest way I could find to do it. I didn't want to, I was looking at going to Sanford or going to UAB. It was going to be expensive and it was going to take a lot of time. And so I just said, I don't think I'm going to do that. But if a program like this were available that I could do online at my own pace.
Stop right there. How long was the program online going to take?
Like 2 years before.
All right. But see, you don't want to take time and going to a nice college.
One class at a time, 2 nights a week, when I can do this on my own pace and hurry up and finish it faster if I want to.
How long would it take online?
You could do this one subject. If you work hard, you can do it in 7 months.
So you do so is that fair to the kids? You gonna take 7 months and learn the whole?
Yeah, I'm a fast learner. I'm going to work hard. I'm going to study, and I'm going to be good to go.
Hey, somebody took 2 years to learn, but all of a sudden Alabama is so brilliant. We got so many brilliant folks in Alabama that we're gonna do it in 7 months.
Right, because if you take the university, you got to go at their pace when their classes are over, and it's just not convenient. So I think this is an option for some people.
At the university, you got to take a long time because they want to make sure you know the subject matter, right? Mm-hmm. So all of a sudden, you're going to become an engineer. You've been a biology teacher, but if you want to teach engineering, in 7 months, you're going to be able to teach, you know all about engineering, you teach engineering. In 7 months, we'll take a whole 3 or 4 years or 2 years to learn the real subject matter. But in 2 years, in 7 months, you become an expert. All of a sudden, you start teaching it in 7 months, and everybody else got to go 2 or 3 years, 4 years, 2 years anyway to learn it. But you can learn it in 7 months and be able to teach it to somebody. That's kind of.
The gentleman's time has expired. The chair recognizes the lady from Madison, Representative Hall.
Hall, never mind.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With the lady yield. I went back to the amendment that was added because I wasn't clear on that. The Alabama Teacher Mentorship Program. Describe to me what that's like. What does that?
So that program, we already have that in effect in the state of Alabama, and you pair a new teacher with an existing teacher that has at least 5 years of experience. Mm-hmm. And that teacher is actually paid a supplement to do this.
Now, I read, is a supplement $1,000?
I think it's $1,000.
That is terrible.
Well, I know I didn't set that.
And here we are recruiting new people to come into education, attorney, and you take the mentorship and only give them $1,000. I don't know what that looks. I don't know what.
It's detailed in there. They have to spend at least 2.5 hours a week with. It's a teacher that you're paired with.
I understand.
Like we have mentors here. And it's just to give you that additional experience that a classroom teacher would have. Your go-to person. And there's tests and things they have to do throughout the program. I haven't read the whole thing. I printed it out. I saw it, but I think it's a good option. It's like a student-teacher program, sort of, except that you're already in charge of the classroom. You're already teaching. Because this is somebody that's more mature, they've been out in the field working. So they're in the classroom teaching, yet you're partnered with that teacher to help you learn some of the classroom management techniques.
Yeah, I've done mentorship as a teacher.
Yeah, okay.
So that, I understand that.
Yeah.
I just think that the fact that they're supposed to be put in some type of supplemental support, I'd say the individual generally who has a love for teaching would do it without that, and $1,000 seems to be quite limited. The other thing you mentioned in terms, I did not realize we were talking about all online. So the entire program is going to be online, and it's going to be self-paced.
That's
from your understanding.
Yes, ma'am.
And so the company like I Teach has, and the length of time is determined. I never did get to finding that company to see what their traits, what their capabilities were, anything like that. I guess the other part of it in terms of education, I was looking or trying to find out if they had met the certifications requirement, these companies that we're talking about, such as the CAPE, CAEP, and did they meet the state, like the state of Alabama's process for certification of teachers?
I mean, some of them will have met the CAPE requirement. Some them will meet our other requirements, which we've detailed on here, which we went over the, operating proficiently in 5
the state
states.
of Alabama said, we're modifying the policy to those qualified individuals who successfully. Now, who determines the qualified individuals that can apply? Who makes that determination?
Well, that's already passed. We're not even readdressing that.
Right,
that
I'm
had
saying,
passed in last year's bill. Like you have to pass a criminal background check. You have to have a 4-year degree.
Okay, so that is on, holds a bachelor's degree, pass a criminal history test, complete an alternative teacher prep program offered by the approved organization. I had a suggestion for an amendment, but I'm not sure if it will apply. I was thinking of, are these organizations, the educational organizations, are they certified or accredited? Do you know?
They're either accredited or they meet these other detailed requirements that we have on here.
So so any provision contrary to successful operation 5 states.
Yeah.
I didn't see the certification part. Where did I miss that? It says, it said meet the obligation in 5 states. Then the other one deals with.
Number 5.
Which one is it?
Do you have the one that has number 5 in it? Number 5 on page 3?
If an alternative teacher education preparation does not satisfy the prerequisite one, the alternative teacher education may be approved if certified by the Council of Accreditation for, So you're saying the 5 years and the 10 years is the first and second priority.
5
and then
years,
the third
10 years,
one
2,000 students.
is a third priority. Okay, that's how I read that too. And I'm thinking, it seems like we're taking the organization that is responsible for doing certification or creating the accreditation should be at the top. And then they fall under those. Does that make sense to you?
Yeah, that CAPE is just another option for qualifying.
Right, but to me, it is a top option because when you look at our higher education, and I was thinking that's what your colleague was getting to when he brought his amendment. I wasn't sure that accreditation is the level, to me, would be the top level of making sure that our teachers are prepared. Then the 10-year would be the next level. And then the 5 years would be the next level. Remember those, I'm saying those are my ideas in terms of if I looked at providing them, giving them priority, that is how I would look at that. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I mean, we require all those things, not just 5 years. I mean, it's 5 years plus 10,000 students plus.
Yeah, but I'm saying even at that, wouldn't you want accreditation to be at the top of the list?
Well, it's not necessarily. I mean, it's an option. It's just another way
But
of
it seems
qualifying.
to me it seems to be the last option.
I mean, we could have listed it first if you happened to list it last. Is that what you mean?
And so when I say it, the first option, I would say 1, the companies must be certified by the organization, CAPE. If not certified, then the company may have served at least 10 years with the certification from the state. I'm just processing this. And then the third one be the 5 years also with a state certification or accreditation. That was how I was reading. And I think the other part of it, quality and, So how are we going to determine whether or not they have fulfilled the quality that we're looking for in education once they've gone through these years, this time with this company? I heard you mention 7.
Well, the State Department of Education is going to have a database of those that meet the qualifications, so they would have to confirm that they have all those qualities before they even make it into our database. So a student would choose from the online data. It's an online database of vendors that are available that offer this program.
Do you know if it's more than, you named 2 that you?
Yeah, I mean, I imagine that there are more. I don't know. I mean, I haven't researched how many programs would qualify for this. I would suspect that there's more than that.
I just started looking, I couldn't find them.
Yeah,
So I
there
need
may
to
be
find out
others.
where they are, who they are.
Yeah, there may be others, but they will have to meet our standards to be on our database list.
Have we started doing any work with them prior to this bill from last year? Have we done anything
We
with
haven't.
any of the providers?
No, we haven't done it yet. We have not. This bill has not gone into effect because we've been working on the provider section.
And I think that's my question. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Representative Hall.
Request for the body is final passage of HB 342. Clerk will unlock machines and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record a vote, 83 ayes, 20 nays. HB 342 has passed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, lady. Sure, I'd like to recognize in the gallery, we've seen all the ladies in red. It's certainly a pleasure to have them with us today. Delta Sigma Phi Sorority, Inc., a guest of Hall, Drummond, Moore, and Warren. Thank them for being with us today. Thank y'all. Would also like to recognize Laura Vance. Laura is the Miss University of North Alabama. She's in the gallery for us today. If she'll stand up, thank you for being with us. In her recognition, I would like to recognize for a moment of personal privilege, Representative Underwood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like the clerk to read House Resolution 111, please.
Mr. Clerk, read the resolution.
Whereas highest commendations are herein proudly conveyed to the University of North Alabama sophomore, Lauren Brooke Vance, for being crowned 2023 Miss University of North Alabama and for creating her community service initiative, the 2-hour challenge, Trading Virtual for Value. And whereas a bright and talented young woman who is passionate about encouraging others, Lauren indeed has a very promising future ahead of her. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the House of Representatives of the Legislature of Alabama that Lauren Brooke Vance is highly commended for being crowned 2023 Miss University of North Alabama and for creating her community service initiative, the 2-hour challenge, Trading Virtual for Value. And we hereby dedicate this resolution to her with utmost admiration, along with sincere best wishes for continued happiness and success in all future endeavors.
Thank you for joining us today. Congratulations. Clerk, call next bill on special order calendar.
On page 20 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 46 by Senator Orr, relating to education.
Chair Lady Collins, you're recognized.
Thank you for the recognition, Mr. Speaker. Senate Bill 46 is an agreement worked out across the nation with SREB. I know many of you participate in that, Southern Regional Educational Board, Council on State Governance, and National Conference of State Legislators. And it's a teacher mobility compact. So what it would do is if 10 states sign on to the Interstate Teacher Mobility Compact, which are the agreed upon same language, that we would be able to reduce barriers for some of our teachers, and any member state that brings a teacher into Alabama, that they would still have to go through the same things, but they would immediately be able to become a teacher in, as long as they were a teacher in full unencumbered license in a member state and a current background check. This would be helpful for military families, for career tech. We in Alabama have 8 other occupational license compacts. This would be one for teachers. I'd ask to adopt the BIR.
Chair would like to recognize the lady from Calhoun, Dr. Boyd.
Thank you so much for the recognition, Mr. Speaker. Do you yield?
Yes, ma'am.
Go back for me and help me to understand about the compact.
Yes, ma'am.
And how is it different from what we already have in place? Are we being added to something that we don't have?
No one has it in place right now. There are several other states that are looking on this same agreed upon language so that everybody would be on a level playing field. Once we get 10 states to pass legislation, we would be one of those member states. And so therefore, we would then have a mobility agreement that a teacher from another state could come here and teach in our schools. They would still have to be hired. They would still have to go through the background checks. They would still have the other pieces that we put in place. And if there were additional Alabama requirements, they would eventually have to complete those. But this would speed up that. It would reduce the barriers for teachers right now.
Okay, but how does this differ from the program that we already had from state to state, or we did not have one?
We don't have one like this at all. And so this would say they could immediately work through the process. We have compacts on other professional occupations. We don't have one for teachers. Both Mississippi and Georgia are looking at this, so that would be really good. I believe a lot of things, because of the lifting of the pay scale that we've done, the incentives that we have for National Board Certified or CALT or the TEAMS Act, I think this could be a big benefit. When I was with SREB, Representative Baker and I, we met and discussed about the compact. We went through all the details. Some of the states have looked at it and they're afraid that they could lose their teachers. So I don't know who'll sign on, but if we pass this bill today, Ms. Drummond, Ms. Boyd, we just simply will have passed it. It won't go into effect until there are 10 other states that have also passed it.
So, out of all the other states, I'm just wondering if the 10, if you don't get the 10, what you're saying, then we don't do it. But if you get the 10, we're getting in on something early. But I understand the bill, I've got a copy, and it's going to help those military, those who are mobile, those who come in from, and those who go out.
Yes, Ms. Boyd.
All right. I didn't get a chance to go through all this. From what you're saying, it sounds as if it could be beneficial getting on something early. But if it's going to help, here I go again, if it's going to help us keep more teachers or draw more teachers, it would make sense. But if not, do we already have something where we could save money on this to use?
Well, and this one's not costing us. We would just have an agreed upon compact that we're working with other states that agreed upon the exact same details.
Okay. No cost to, thank you.
You're welcome.
Chair thanks the lady. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Elmore, Representative Stubbs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You yield? Yes. I just want to mention, as a young man growing up, my father was a college football coach and my mother was an elementary school teacher. And we lived in 9 different states growing up. And as a college football coach, my father, you either move up or you get fired. Those are the 2 things that happen in that career path. And so as we moved around to 9 states in my childhood, my mother, as an elementary school teacher, every time we moved to another state, she had to go through a new process to get certification so that she could be employed in that state. And every state was different. It was extremely challenging. So I think that this is a great bill. I have pursued teaching in my life, and I was a certified math teacher here in Alabama. And in doing that, I chose to go the alternate certificate route because I did not go to college to be a teacher. But I think that this allows for people, as they make family decisions, this encourages people to come to the state of Alabama and shows them that we're open for business. So thank you for bringing this.
Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Question for the body now is passage of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machines and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Recorded votes 102 ayes, 0 nays, 1 abstention. BR has passed. From Collins.
I ask for final passage.
At this question's final passage of SB 46. Clerk will unlock machines and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Recorded votes 102 ayes, 0 nays. SB 46 has passed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, body.
Thank the lady. Clerk call next bill.
On page 38 of the calendar, House Bill number 334 with substitute by Representative Garrett relating to Education Scholarship Account Act.
Chairman Garrett, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the recognition. This bill would create education savings account program to provide for individual education programs for students with unique needs in the following categories: students with disabilities, students who are homeless, students who are fostered or adopted, students with military parents. This bill is modeled after legislation that's been longstanding in Florida, Tennessee, Mississippi, and many other states. The parent would apply to the State Department of Education under this bill for permission to set up one of these accounts. And then once they're approved, an education savings account would be established. $6,555 would be deposited into that account and be set aside for that parent to provide payment for education expenses that could be directly paid to private schools, church schools, or parochial schools, or paid to accredited and licensed education service providers, or to reimburse parents for tuition, for expenses directly related to the tuition for those children or cost of educating those children. This bill does have some testing and reporting requirements. It's limited to 500 students in the first year, 500 students per year thereafter, and the fiscal note would be about $3 million for this bill. So, Mr. Speaker, with that, I move for the BIR.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Jefferson, Representative Rogers.
Danny.
Yes.
Thank you. You where my heart is on these kind of bills, so I have similar bills trying to do the same thing. All right, now, question I ask is that how do a parent apply for this? How do they do it? I haven't read the bills, but I like the idea.
So what would happen would be that once this program is available, then the State Department would set up an application and a parent would apply. And once they're approved, the first 500 people, it would be admitted to the program. They'd be applied, they'd be approved, and then once that happens, the money would be available to go directed as the parent chose for their child. Could be in a private school, church school. They could be tutors, any other education service providers. If they're in the homeschool situation, they can actually submit receipts to be reimbursed.
Okay.
So the initial thing, there was an application with the State Department, who would then approve the application, and an account would be established.
Well, all right. Another question. Is there an age? What's the age cutoff? What's the age limitation?
19 and under.
19 and under.
Yes.
So you know, I was trying to move it up to a little higher.
Right.
And a lot of those parents have called me, telling me thank you for trying to do that because it gives them some relief. In the state of Alabama now, those kids can go to school at 21 now. So why are you doing 19 when the state can do 21?
Well, we're trying, I guess, target really the younger ages, and we're kind of modeling what other states are doing. I mean, I think this is a step. Certainly, those are things we can look at down the road. But initially, we're trying to focus on those children that are currently in the elementary and high schools that just don't have their needs being met, and we'd like to give them some alternative.
Can the money go to some of those schools that already offering programs already for these kids already? Will that money be able to go to those programs they already offering around the state of Alabama? Can they get some of that money?
A child who's in a public school now who wants to go to another program would be eligible to do this. So it would follow the child to that program. It would not go to the program unless the child goes there, obviously. And then, but you have to be in a public school prior to this. And then what this would do, would open the opportunity for you to have either a private school, church school, religious school, or another education type service provider. You have some schools that are maybe focused on autism therapy. You might have students like this, some of these learning centers that meet those needs. They would be accredited and licensed education service providers. Money could be paid directly to them as well.
Well, what's going on really for me with is one down in Albany and one in Lindenby Nolan. So I like the idea. I'm proud of you for bringing this bill. That's been something I've been pushing a long time myself, and I appreciate it. So, but now, are we going to find a way to educate the parents about what they can do? I mean, that's what I'm concerned now is that a lot of parents might not be able to don't know have the knowledge about this, what's going on. How are we going to get the knowledge out to them that is available?
I think this will be well publicized. This is something that we would just need to make sure we certainly publicize this for parents to let them know. I think the Department of Education can notify people of the option. We've got several ways to do that, but it's important. And again, other states have done this and are doing this, and we're kind of late to the party to doing it. But I think it's something that, and particularly with 500 students, I believe that's when you look at the take-up rates that have happened in other states that have done this, this would, I think, be an appropriate level of take-up.
There's another program, that they established a national register in Washington where the parents of the guardian can register that child with the National Register. And so that if anybody, concerning me also, sometimes these kids get large and they get stopped by authority. Right. And they can't understand what's going on. They get frustrated, start making little movements. And so if the guardian voluntarily register with this program, I got the bill I'm pushing on that one also, where they can voluntarily register their child with the National Register in Washington, so that when the authorities stop them, sometimes, well, some of them are quite intelligent. I mean, they're not just thinking, they can learn, they learn very well, some of them. They just get frustrated when you talk to them. And so I was trying to fix it with authority to realize that this child, adult, a halfway adult, they get big kids sometimes. Right. That this child has a learning disorder. I mean, they're not quite understand what you're saying. They won't come frustrated. They run through the registrar. I got that bill. I mean, I hope I get it out.
Yeah,
your bill.
You and I have had this discussion on this topic, and I appreciate your passion and your heart for helping these students.
Well, I appreciate this bill. I'm going to tell you that I think it's well worth it. I wish you could take it a little higher age. But they say they get too big and the teachers get scared of them. So I just want to make sure that the programs are always picked out. And I'm passionate to the school on Lindenby Nolan. I don't know if you're familiar with that school or not. Little B. Nolan does a lot for the kids, and they got a program in Auburn and all different programs. I just want to make sure it has a chance to get out to everybody.
Yeah.
They understand what it's all about. I don't want anybody to be ignorant about it. So I was wondering how we're gonna get word out to all these folks, because it's a lot of kids like that.
Yeah, we'll need to do a good marketing and PR effort to make people aware.
Well, that's what I'm asking. Is that can we put you the money man now? You know you got all the money. You hold all the money, so then you're gonna be able to put some money in there in your bill for notification of parents.
I think we can take care of that.
Okay, but are we going? I want to make sure word gets out about it. I don't want. Of course, I'm gonna look into it myself because I know some kids I need to help myself on this. I just want to make sure that the mass of folks understand what's going on. I don't want to be a secret where we do it and somebody said, "Well, I didn't know we had that program." So I want to commend the program idea, and I got my support on this 1,000%.
Thanks, sir.
Because I
Points
appreciate
well
that.
taken. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair calls the gentlelady from Morgan, Representative Collins.
Thank you for the recognition, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank you for coming up with this. I know in early on, an earlier Representative Johnson, worked really hard on a very narrow and targeted bill that would allow education savings accounts for those that have the greatest needs, those foster children that are very mobile, those military families that come into our states, and those special needs. I think this has an ability to make a difference in the lives of those families that are already having to struggle with things. And so I like the control that we have on it. I like the targeting, and I want to say thank you for working on this bill.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Chair thanks the lady. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Franklin, Representative Keel.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Chairman, so the scope of this school choice is very narrow.
Right.
So the cap is
500 students per
500
year.
students. And
Per
then
year.
the physical note,
I'm sorry.
the physical note,
$3 million.
$3 million out of 10 point
Yeah.
something billion dollars we'll probably bring in. Maybe, I hope it's more. I hope the economy is still great next year. I appreciate you bringing the bill.
Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Mobile, Representative Bracy. This will be the fourth speaker on the BIR.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With the gentleman yield.
Yes.
Oftentimes you bring very good legislation, and sometimes I think back to, you know how they say you may not remember what a person did or what they said, but how they made you feel. Have you ever heard that before?
Yes.
I can remember, you know, after the death of George Floyd, how you made me feel, and I just want you to say, I appreciate that. I didn't hear from a lot of people, but I heard from you, and I heard from the speaker, and it meant a lot to me. So I just want to publicly say that before we take a dive into the legislation, because you're a good guy. And I
Thanks,
appreciate
sir.
that.
Feeling is mutual.
Yes, sir. So this is not to replace like the PAC program, right? This has nothing to do with that.
No.
So when we call it a scholarship, are we talking scholarship for college?
No, this is strictly for grades 1 through 12.
Right.
And what would happen, there's no carryover into college. And in fact, if the money is not all utilized for expenses, it's returned. So it's strictly, basically, it's a parent who has a child with a unique need, and these described, and they're not able to really get what they need in their local public school, we will help them find an alternative. And again, there's subject to testing, there's subject to audit. And some of these students might not have the ability to be tested in the conventional manner, but it's basically designed to help them meet the needs they just can't get in the normal public school environment.
Right. I was always looking at students with some special needs, IEP students. So it is looking at different types of students. So we're having a cap of 500 students for the first year.
That's right.
And we're looking at adding 500 additional students each additional year.
That's right.
Okay. And this is going to be at what, $556 or $6,000?
It's 95% of the amount that would otherwise go to fund education. So that's $6,900. So 95% of that is $6,555.
So our per pupil capital in the state is
what the state portion of the education funding is $6,900. This would be $6,555.
Okay, so the federal portion of it just that just stays to the side.
Right.
Is that how we come up with the 10,000 or so per pupil capital?
That's a complicated calculation, that funding. This is just strictly to what the state portion of the funding, and it's the $6,900, which if you look at a lot of the school choice bills that have been filed, this is a school choice bill, but it's limited. A lot of states have passed, even before the school choice became a national topic, a lot of states had passed choice bills for this population. And in surrounding states, the take-up rate is not as high as you might imagine. In Tennessee, there's about 400 students right now under ESAs. Mississippi, around 300. Florida, there's 18,000. Of course, there's a larger population there. But it's this is a situation where the conventional school model just doesn't
fit the student.
So we're basically trying to help and let that provide relief for a lot of these families to do that, because it's individualized education is what these folks need.
Okay, now I'll be the first to say that I don't like taking money from the public schools. I'll be the first to say that. But this doesn't it's not like the amount of money is not matching what would go to that student, maybe the state portion. But, when you think about a student goes to school, they get breakfast, they get lunch. It's other things that go along with them going to school. A hungry child can't learn. Do we have anything in here that will make sure that these students will be able to have that, or we just expect for that to happen? Because if you're going to a private institution, they may not have free and reduced
Well, I think
program. It may be a little bit different.
Well, a parent, again, I don't think a parent would do that if it were a burden to them. I think the parent would make the choice to do this because for their child, there's a better alternative. I will say, some of the public schools, like in my district, we have a public school that does an outstanding job in our system with special needs children. We have a lot of people who want to come to our areas and do come into our schools for that. But then I also have systems in my district where that's not the case. And there's a lot of children who are just in a place, and parents are really have a lot of burden and or lack the resources to help. So this would help them find a place nearby. And some of those places, these private schools, these church schools, these religious schools, these other education service providers have programs tailored for this specific population and tailored for their unique needs. So I think the concerns you have would be part of what they offer and why the parent would choose to take their child there.
Okay, and I'm talking specifically about the feeding portion, like the lunch program. How would that work?
It's not specified here, but I can't imagine a church school, religious school who's taking in this type of student who would not be aware of that need or concern. So it's not mandated here. That's a slippery slope when you get into that world. But I think
I don't want to mandate anything, but I just want to make sure that we're making sure that the student gets the benefits that every other student in the state gets.
My opinion is that people who are basically saying this is what my mission in life is, to do this type of education, are going to certainly have big hearts. They're going to have a big awareness of what some of those individual needs are. So I would feel that'd be a risk worth taking, I think.
Okay, I can see that. So who's making sure that the curriculum and, you know, everything is actually meeting the need of the students, and that this wouldn't become like a cash cow situation? 500 people a year with 500 people, additional people added every year can grow.
That's $3 million a year, yeah, coming out of it, yeah. So what happens? There's requirements in here that the schools be licensed, accredited. Every participating school would have to be approved by that they meet the eligibility requirements by the State Department of Education.
Okay, great.
And then also there's a provision in here which says that there's no way that any of that money can be rebated in any way back to the parent. In other words, we don't want to see any shenanigans where somebody gets money and then we share that money back. You know, it's not going. This is strictly going for the education of the child. And again, the money can't be carried forward. This bill requires random audits. So from time to time, the State Department will do audits to make sure that everything's on the up and up. Trying to think, there's some other, things to.
That's really good safeguards that make me feel a lot more comfortable about the bill because, I can't think of situations where people may take advantage of a situation like this, especially when you come to a very vulnerable population of students where you have parents that are sometimes in desperate situations and they feel that, this is a great option for my child, and then they're taken advantage of. So knowing that those safeguards are in place, I think it's very important.
We also have a provision in there that specifically says that the money that is contributed to the education savings account does not create taxable income in the state of Alabama. So the parent's not going to be taxed on that. So we've tried to make this strictly.
Now when you say savings account, this is, so you said the parent put 600.
Well, yeah, the money, there's 6,055, let's say $6,600 that's allocated for this, and that can be paid, the department can determine the rules. It may be paid quarterly to the
So the savings account is actually state money and not parent money.
Right. Yeah.
Okay. So it's more of a scholarship than a savings.
Yeah.
Okay.
And if the parent needs expenses for tuition reimbursement, maybe textbooks, or if they whatever, and the payment's not made directly to the institution, then the parent submits receipts.
Okay. Let me ask you this real quick. I got 20 seconds left. So this is a drawdown, just like you would if you were building a home and you need to take a draw, and not a blanket, you receive this amount of money for these services. So if the services could cost $3,000, then they will receive $3,000 and not the total cap amount that we have per pupil.
That's right.
That's right. All right. Thank you.
The gentleman's time has expired. Thanks, the gentleman. Question for the body now is passage of the BIR. Clerk will unlock machines and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes, 103 ayes and 3 nays. BR has passed. Chairman Garrett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a sub.
Care to explain the sub?
The sub, basically, in the original bill, we had the oversight being from the Department of Revenue. We've replaced that with the Department of Education, which I think is more appropriate.
Okay, you've heard the explanation of the sub. I got 2 lights on. Do y'all want to speak on the sub or on the bill? Sub. Chair recognizes a lady from Jefferson, Representative Moore.
My concern is switching the oversight to the Department of Education. Now, I don't have a whole lot of faith. Part of the problems with all these bills y'all bringing, the Department of Education is the problem. They so used to doing things a certain way. I know we had a program in Birmingham that after we started K4 and K5, they got a contract with a company that gave them a grant to come in, and rather than to teach the children their numbers and alphabets in K4 and K5, Birmingham would just use this program that observed the children and they would observe them playing in different modules and finding out how they work together rather than teaching them. It took me forever to continue to complain to the Department of Education that KEA Gold program was not a good program. Most school systems got rid of it pretty quick. Birmingham kept it far too long, which ended up handicapping our children. Some of the problems that we're trying to solve now was because, and when we're talking about reading, that's the purpose of the K4 and the K5, to give children a heads up. So the last people I would want to have anything to be an oversight at this point, unless we plan to go in and restructure the Department of Education. Because I don't think right now with many of the staff, including the superintendent, they are strong enough with looking at these bills that have come through, that's duplicating things that we have in the school system already. They are not strong enough to stand up to the party in power and say, we are already doing this. Why don't you look at our records and then determine what you want to do? They're not strong enough to tell you that. And therefore, we pass and all these bills that are duplicate. They're the last group. I would want an outside group to be the oversight for right now, unless and until the ruling party sits down and do an audit of what they offer through the Department of Education as far as curriculum, programs, and according to what this bill is, talking about children with special needs, same as the unique needs that you got in this bill. Everything that you are saying, all of those private schools send those children to public school because they cannot afford to pay the teachers. And with the money you giving them here, they still won't be able to afford to have the complement of teachers to be able to address all of the special needs or unique needs that you have in this building. So I just wish you would think of somebody else to be the oversight.
Thank you.
Chair thanks the lady. The question for the body now is adoption of the committee sub. Clerk will unlock machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock machine, recorded votes, 94 ayes, 3 nays. Committee sub has been adopted. Chairman Garrett.
Mr. Speaker, there is an amendment, floor amendment. I'm sorry, Representative Collins is bringing forward. Yeah.
Representative Collins, you're recognized.
Thank you for the recognition, Mr. Speaker. The amendment, and I'm going to go through the changes to that, and let me explain the why, first of all. A lot of these schools that they'll be going to, special schools, private schools or something, they're not using the state testing, but we want them to use testing. And we want it to be nationally standardized so that they can have their comparative scores compared to how everybody else is doing around the nation. And so it's to replace lines 251 through 252 on page 9 with the language number 2, affirm that nationally standardized tests are being annually administered and results, both individual and composite, as appropriate, are being provided to parents and prospective parents. The second change is to replace lines 281 through 282 on page 11 with each year their eligible student takes a nationally standardized test at their resident school district students. And then lastly, replace lines 286 through 292 on page 11 with the following. Number 2, inform the department of an eligible student's, and then that's that line.
Clerk, see the amendment.
Amendment to House Bill number 334 by Representative Collins.
Chairman Garrett.
Mr. Speaker, I consider this a friendly amendment. It does clarify this will be the more appropriate testing model. You've also deleted some language that in the previous bill would require that a State Department to collect data and aggregate that data and report that data. And this is eliminating that so that the parents would receive the data upon their request, but it would not be anything the State Department would publish. So this is a friendly amendment that I would accept.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Franklin, Representative Keel, to speak on the amendment.
So this amendment would, originally in the bill, the students would take the same test as the state schools.
Correct.
And so I guess my question is, if the students who are taking tax dollars and going to private schools are not taking the same test as the students in the public schools, how do you compare the two to know that one's doing better than the other? How do you make a comparison between the public school student performance of the public school student and the performance of the private school student, both of who are taking tax dollars to educate?
The public and the private, the difference would be these parents have chosen to take their children out of that public, use that education savings account to put them in a program that they feel is better qualified. What this does is this gives those parents information on a nationally standardized test so that they're not comparing to the public, but they are comparing it to all the schools that are using that same curriculum and that same testing around. And they'll be able to see how their students are doing compared nationally with everybody else that's using that same one. To take a test that's not aligned to your curriculum and the way you're teaching and the timing that you're doing it, this is a more fair and accurate thing. This is what we've had in our Accountability Act we've used before. This is what other states have used. And so that's why I want those parents to have that accountability. I want prospective parents, which this says, to be able to see, how is this private school doing? How is this different program doing? I want them to know that.
But my kids that go to public school in North Alabama right now can be judged whether they're performing as well as one in Central Alabama or South Alabama. We know statewide that my child and my child's class and my child's school is being compared to all the other kids in the state. But these kids that are taking tax dollars
only in the public schools around the state.
Well, only in the public schools, because the other ones are not. Obviously, if you're in a private school, you're not required to test. You don't have to do that because you're not receiving.
This would require them, if they get state money, they have to test.
But it won't be the same test that my child's taking. So you won't know if that child that's receiving public dollars is being educated at the same level as my child that is receiving public dollars in a public school.
Right.
There won't be a comparison there.
There won't be between the public and the private, but they will be able to see on a nationalized level how well their private school's doing compared to the other private
schools.
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Ringo, Representative McCampbell, to speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the recognition. Will the gentlelady yield?
Yes.
You know, I'm actually concerned on the same line of thought as the previous representative, Representative Keel. And my concern and my real thing regarding this is the use of public dollars. The use of public dollars. You know, I pay my taxes. You pay your taxes. These are dollars that are designed for the public good, for the public good. But if we are taking these dollars and going to actually move them into a private sector, and we're going to take a different measure, then how is that going to be fair in terms of use of public dollars? How do you see that as being a fair measure?
Okay. The bill that you had earlier, that where we changed it to the bottom 6% and the top, we wanted accountability. I want annual testing. I want those students to know how they're doing compared around people that are in similar programs. This is a more similar program to that bill where we use the bottom 6% because they're indifferent. They're not doing the same curriculum that Alabama's doing. They're not. But they are doing curriculum that other people around the nation are doing. So I want them to have testing. I want those parents to know how they compare to the other people that are doing similar curriculum. but it's not the exact same. We're not going to know public and private, but I want those parents to know in their private school they're paying for that they're a good private school.
But if the measure then is going to give us the accountability, then my thing is, if the public schools measurement is more rigorous than would be this private school measurement, then how is that going to compare? It doesn't compare. That's why I have that issue with it, because we don't have a standard by which we are going to measure all the students in the state of Alabama.
And that would be accurate, but I want there to be a standard for those private schools as well. They're going to be using a different test. They're going to be using a different curriculum, but not all of them are created equally either. And I want the parents that are choosing to use a private school to know, have we picked a good private school, or have we picked one where they are not academically advancing my students' achievement?
But you know, I think the measure then has to be based on the public school measurement, because if we're going to measure public school children by this standard, then, and we are still transferring public dollars, that's what I want us to understand, is we're still transferring public dollars. But we're going to change the standard of measurement of how those public dollars are applied and how effectively they are being used in terms of the student teaching and learning and the whole process. We're going to change the graphic and the dynamics of this whole thing. Whenever you're using public dollars, but you're allowing the measure to be changed as to how you measure the effectiveness of it, I think we are actually cheating the people of the state of Alabama. I think so. That's me personally. So I'm letting you know, I don't think this is a good amendment, and I'm as much as I hate to say it, but I got to vote against this.
Well, I hate to hear that. It's very similar to the bill you worked on earlier because it uses the same nationally standardized language. But I understand what you're saying. But I also want, when public dollars are going to go to a private or a different school, and keep in mind, this is for a very, very targeted group of people, special needs, military families, foster and homeless. So for these special groups that have some potentially different needs, they will have different programs that are addressing those needs. But I still want to make sure those parents have a way to measure, is this a quality program I'm investing in, or is it not?
Well, our special needs students in the public schools, how do we measure the effectiveness of what they are being taught?
Depending on what level they are, they would have an IEP. They might have a 504 program. And depending on that, some 504 students are taking the same ACAP as everyone else. But if they have an individualized educational plan, there might be a different one. Some of the schools I've been in, there were students in there that they were working with every day, and they were on oxygen and in wheelchairs and not even able to speak, but they're trying to do what they can do to lift them up.
Right.
And some of these students with an IEP plan, they may just need additional time to take a test. Everyone needs something a little differently, and that's how they work with that in the public schools.
And, and that's my position. When we are measuring the public school achievement, but we are changing the measurement when it comes to the private sector, then we are disadvantaging the public school, maybe, or maybe we aren't. It just depends on what the measurements are. So I don't see how we can fairly say that this would give a real assessment of how they are doing, even as special needs students. I just don't see how we can be accurate in terms of the assessment. So
The way I would respond is that this is one of the parent choice bills that we have, and you may not support that. But those parents, I want them to have all the information they have available on how that student's doing every year with a nationalized test and comparing it to be able to make sure they've made a good choice.
And you're right, it's another parent's choice initiative. And I don't really have any problems with the parent's choice initiative other than how we are going to use public funds in that parent's choice initiative, but yet and still we're going to change the paradigm by which we are measuring those students and the effectiveness of the choice of the parents, because we have a standardized measurement. That's when we are using it, and we're going to make sure all the public school students are measured by this standard.
Correct.
But yet and still, those that are using public dollars, not private dollars. I don't have a problem if I'm going to send my child to a private school and I'm using private dollars out of my pocket, then you don't have nothing to say about how I'm measuring. But once you're taking these public dollars, I think we have a very different animal, just personally. Thank you, ma'am.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the lady from Madison speaking on the floor amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The lady Yale.
Yes, ma'am.
Your amendment is on which page?
Starts on page 9, line 252. So it's at the very bottom.
All right, 252. So comply with the same financial academic accountability requirements for public schools. Okay.
And what it changes that to is it affirms that a nationally standardized test are being annually administered and results, both individual and composite as appropriate, are being provided to parents and prospective parents.
Okay. So as you look at this and we look at these unique students, I mean, I like the idea of having a level of evaluating.
I do too.
The schools nowhere, especially when we're talking about the tax dollars. Are you aware that we already do these things that you're talking about in terms of students with unique needs in the state of Alabama as it relates to addressing their needs?
I do. Like in public schools, yes, I know all public schools are required to address the needs. But some of these parents feel like they're not being addressed well, or they want it differently. And this gives them a choice to use that in this very targeted way.
What were the different things that they requested, that the parents requested, that they wanted that was different than what the public schools were doing?
They've had all kinds of different things that they requested. And I mean, it's different ones. I mean, some of these were being bullied. Some of these were doing that. They just didn't feel like the school was meeting the needs as they wanted them to be. And this would not be everyone. I know a lot of things. I think I heard Representative Garrett say that he had a school that was really doing a good job. And I know in Decatur City, we've had that same experience where they were doing such a good job with special needs. We had people outside bringing their children in.
So, the key thing I want to remind you of is that the federal dollars, anytime that a child has been evaluated and comes under the 504 plan or have an IEP, that those services are still available to them.
They are.
And so whether they're in public school or, I mean, even if they're in private school, I can use a personal experience knowing that with a child that was ADHD, that was placed in a school that had a smaller classroom because of the needs. But the services, the federal dollars that were provided to the school system, those services
to that
were
private school?
were the individual that was, whatever their job description was, they had to visit a certain number of times with him to make sure, work with the teacher in terms of the techniques and things that might be used. So that service is available now, unless something has changed. I've been out the classroom since '98, but unless something has changed with that, I think that process is in place because of the federal law 94-142, which basically says that a child, you know, the dollar is pretty much following the child, and those services ought to be provided.
Yes.
So I say that's already available.
In the public school.
It's available in the public school and private schools that are within that system.
Okay.
Those
Those
students-
federal dollars would follow that student.
Those federal dollars are available for that student to provide the services to that student. Now, it may require that, it may be that the school system, my experience, the school system had the social worker or the nurse or whatever the individual was to come to the school and check and make sure that they evaluated that the IEP plan was in place, that they were following those instructions, unless something's changed.
Not that I know of. This is just for parents that are, for whatever reason, choosing to do something different.
And that's what I'm trying to see, why it's necessary for a bill for them to do that.
It's
Because
just
that's
their choice,
based
and this
on-
would set up the education savings account for the state money. If what you're saying is accurate, the federal money may be following. I don't know that.
The federal money, the services of those federal dollars are there. So I'm thinking, so if that person goes to, I'll use in Huntsville City School and St. Joseph Catholic School. That students that are at St. Joseph Catholic School was also able to have those services. If they were under an IEP or they needed those services or a 504 plan, they were able, the social worker or whoever would come to provide those services.
To the Catholic school.
They did.
Okay,
Yes.
well, good.
So that's why I was saying, were we aware of this? A private school will not have all of these services.
Some of them might, some of them might not. Those parents would have to
I'd
make
be
that
interested in knowing. The only private school I know in Huntsville that have those services is a very expensive school. That's Randolph.
Could be.
Such as for individual with dyslexia.
Right.
That is the only school that I know that takes care of that. All right. So that's it. There was another question about your amendment. You said testing, what is it?
The last part is on page 11. Do you want me to go over that again?
Yes. Okay.
On page 11, at the very top, lines 281 through 282, number 1 would change. And really, it's just the last word on the top line and the next word on the second line. And it would just change state achievement to nationally standardized.
Okay. That's it?
That's it.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Chair thanks the lady. Chairman Garrett.
So I move for adoption of the amendment.
That is questions, adoption of the floor amendment. Clerk will unlock machines, members will vote.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Clerk will lock machine, record vote, 68 ayes, 27 nays. The floor amendment has been adopted.
Speaker, I move for final passage.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Clark, Representative Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Speaker, Chairman Garrett. I really want to talk on that amendment a little bit, but since I'm an educator, retiree from public education, and my beginning of my education career was with special needs. I got in a lot of trouble in Clark County because they want to service children with special needs. Clark County Public Schools did. So I became a student advocate, got involved with U.S. Department of Education and Public Law 142. I heard my colleague mention that. And that gives every child the right to an education, whether they regular or unregular, special or not. Federal dollars goes into those counties. Now, my particular argument was there was a speech impaired student. So they had to pay for a speech therapist to come into that system, into that classroom, and educate that one child. Clark County's system didn't want to do that. So the federal money is available. So the need that we want to go to privates, then we're going to put public dollars into those privates, then we're going to take away the instruments of testing, and we will never know whether we are achieving anything because you're using a national test that probably geared towards something absolutely different from what Alabama is doing. So there was a lot of people upset about standardized testing, period, because it's on the standard of California and New York. I don't want no standardized test on Alabama. When we 48 out of 50, that's a bad precedent you already set. And then you're going to take those funders and put it in a private situation, but you want to change the testing mechanism. It's a catch-22. I mean, we ought to want to make sure that our public schools are the best schools that money can buy. We as public policy makers, we ought to be pushing that instead of lowering the standard and taking away from those public entities that can become better if they had the funding to make it better. All the resources they can get is not there because we're going to take that and put it someplace else. So that's my whole issue. Always has been my issue with education in Alabama. I got educated in another state, and when back in the 70s, I would come back to Alabama, and we would talk to people about different books that was being, classes, subjects that being taught. And I was being taught things that some people were being taught on master's level. I'm getting an undergrad. So this is where we are as a state. But we can get better if we will work together on that betterness rather than still taking and pushing and then giving to that special needs groups here. I see what you're saying. These are unique people, and they're going to get $5,600 per child per year. Is that per semester?
Per year.
And how do we measure that? How do, by these tests that the representative just adopted on this amendment to test those, and how do we know that they are measured up to the standards in Alabama? See, that's the issue. I mean, you chair of education, you know what the big, and it's always to my view, it's always been an attack on public education in this state. And not just this state alone, but on the national level, they attack public education. And I tell you, I don't know how I look around in here and I don't know how many legislators went to private school or not. But I am a public school supporter. Those schools in my district, I got some good schools and I have some schools that are not so good. And they need all the assistance they can get from us up here to raise their standard. They can compete on the basketball floor, on the football field, but somewhere in the academia, they're not doing so well. So we want to make sure we get the best teachers, and then we just lowered the standards for that. You have to have a license to teach. in Alabama and in other states. I don't want to go to a practicing physician and he hadn't completed his course of study. I don't want to do not one thing for me. And that's the way I feel about education. But so we think here, when I first came into this body in 95, they was thinking and speaking and saying these words that educators wasn't doing anything. Public schools, it was overpaid. You know, when I first started teaching, $600 a month. And they was telling me some things that happened to them, but when they started teaching, they was promised a few $100s, but then they got groceries instead. So somebody would bring vegetables, and they didn't get paid monetary dollars, but they loved the profession. Because the children needed their services. And I look back on those educators that encouraged me. My parents didn't have education. My mother was a third grade educator. And she said when they was growing up, they went to school 3 months and they worked 9 months farming. She couldn't read nothing but the Bible, but she taught us that. She taught us how to love, how to respect people, not to think less of people than we are, to expect people to treat us the way we treat them. That's the honor that I grew up with. And that's what has brought me into this realm right now, because I feel that same way. I expect people to treat me like I treat them. Expect to be treated as a human being. And sometimes we don't do that. We neglect to do that here. Even our special needs kids need it. And we need specialists to work with those needs. So any classroom teacher can't work with special needs kids. You know, in my counseling years, I used to go put out fires, teach a student fires, elementary. And one day I went to the principal and I told the principal, I say, there's a problem in the classroom, but it's not with the student. Because I'm monitoring the students. When he leaves this classroom and go to another classroom, he's a whole different student. So the problem was not the student, it was the instructor. See, children can read your feelings. They know when they're accepted, they know when they're loved, they know when they're appreciated. And there were some teachers that didn't allow that, the movement. And the kids was always outside of the classrooms in the hallway. And I always ask, what did you do to be put here? And it was always something that, but when we look at these things, Mr. Gary, we got to understand that children learn differently, but they all feel the same. When you hurt them, they all hurt.
Right.
When you mistreat them, they all know that they've been mistreated. And they ask the question, why? Why would you mistreat me? Why would you say things to me in that manner? Why would you talk down to me, make me feel less than who I am? And this is part of the issue that I'm facing every day in the state, in our schools. When teachers they're there because they think it's easy dollars, but there are the minds that we're trying to develop. And if you're going to love children, you can't educate children. It's a calling, just like ministry. You know the true preachers, those that are thinking about your soul. Then you know those that love your pocketbook. Those that don't tell you anything. You're a good member. Let's keep the money coming.
Chair recognizes a gentleman from Jefferson, Representative Rogers.
Thank you very much.
I was just getting the answer. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was getting the answer about the money. It's $5,900 per kid, right?
It's 6,900 times 95%, which is $6,555.
Okay, so and that's all.
Mhm.
That's not enough.
That's the state portion that goes to students now.
Okay, but so what we're doing now is saying they can go somewhere else. They leave that private school, leave a public school, and go to a private school right now, right, with their money.
Right.
But what I'm concerned about now is that
Or they could pay a tutor, or they could go to another education service provider, as we talked about, that were
that's not enough money. I mean, what bothers me now is this: that I'm supporting the idea, but that kid need more than $5,900. They show me $5,900 going per student going to school. That means that $5,900 come out of the public school, going to a church school or wherever they offer the service, right?
Right.
All right. Is there any way, Danny? I'm serious. You know that's not enough money to take care of one of those kids.
No, that's what these type savings accounts do. They take the state portion, tax dollars that are going to the state, to the public schools, and for the parent will say, well, I want that money to go to another place. So it's the same.
Now what I'm concerned about, I mean, if you're a wealthy person, if you got money, you can do that. But what about the poor mamas I know got these kids struggling trying to take care of them, ain't hard to feed half of them. That ain't gonna do nothing for them. That's not gonna be fair.
I think this does work. I think this is for the students with unique needs. So it's a very small subset of the overall population. And this is what these accounts have done in other states that are working. I think that's why other states are beginning to adopt them, because it does help, and it does reimburse it. For example, if you have a parent that is choosing under a cover school to do a homeschool type thing, this is a reimbursement for expenses that are coming out of their pocket.
Stop right there. Can a homeschool person get the money?
If the homeschool parent can get reimbursed if they submit the receipts and if they're under the cover of a accredited institution. So in other words, you can't.
I'm very interested in the bill. You know why I'm very interested in the bill.
Yeah.
All right. So now, if I got little Johnny at home, or little Mary at home, I'm homeschooling him and her. Can that person get the money from the state? That $6,000 that go be transferred to us. Can they get that $6,000 sit there at home?
If they meet one of these four requirements, if their student meets one of these four requirements, then they would be eligible for one of these accounts. But to get the money you would have to submit the expenses that are detailed expenses before you get reimbursed. You don't get the money up front, and you only get what you can submit that's legitimate expenses, and those expenses are detailed here. They do random audits. There's provisions in here for if you do fraud, there's problems.
I know about the fraud thing.
And there's also a situation where, if you don't spend $6,900, you don't have receipts for that. You don't get $600. You only get reimbursed for your expenses.
Okay. The other question I was asking about that, but everybody trying to tell me all about it. But now, if that child is at say, Ayrton Middle School, that's in my district, and he has a problem, but all of a sudden the parent wants to send him to a school, a church school, to St. Mary's, the Holy Family. I said Holy Family High School has a program. That's $6,000 all they gonna go follow that kid. After that, so what worries me is that if I send John Joe to Covenant School, and they can't handle him, they can't do it with him, then they send him right back over there to the school he left. That money gone forever, right? Is that money gone from the school? I mean, it says it's gonna call 3. In other words, follow me now. If I send a child that I say in the St. Mary, I'm just using it at school. It has this handicap. We need to go wants to go to another school. Handle them. That $6,000 gonna follow that child. They ordinarily would get themselves at their school. Gonna follow that child to the school you're going to, right?
They're not going to another public school. They're going to a private school.
Another private school.
And the state could take that money and make the monthly payment or quarterly payment for tuition for that private school on behalf of that parent. So it would come out of their account and would go. They could do that.
What? So it has to be not really. I'm for the be, but it has to be a relatively wealthy parent.
No.
It doesn't. I mean,
you're not talking about someone. I mean, a lot of these, the situation as I see is, a lot of these children that are in situations where their needs are not being met.
Okay.
The parent is either having to pay out of pocket to meet those needs, or the child is just not going to school, or the child is stuck in a school. But probably, if they're stuck in a school, there's no opportunity for that child to get to benefit. So this would say that if you can find an alternative, be it a private school or an education service provider or a private tutor or something online, something that's approved, that's accredited, that's licensed, that's above board, that delivers what is in accordance with this child's individualized plan, then that money would be available to pay for that. So the parent, the child would be better and the parent would be better off.
So I send that child to Covenant School or the school they have all these programs for the handicapped, and they can't handle him. They want to send him right back to the school she left. That money is lost that school forever, right?
No, the money would follow the child. So a child goes back to public schools, they'd be in the ADM for that the attendance for that day for that child in that public school. So if a child is in a school, physical public school, then that money will follow that child. If the child leaves that school, this would allow that money to follow the child to that private or church.
And if for some ungodly reason they had to go back, the same money will follow that child back to the other school, right?
There's a timing thing. They would be in the next year's cycle. There'd be a period. There'd be a timing thing. So they would go back. But when they do that head count for the next year, their money would be there.
Oh, but for that year, it's gone.
Right. So that year is.
So they got at least keep them their training for a year if they'll do nothing else. But what I really worry about is that a poor I won't say the color, a poor parent who doesn't have the resources anyway. Will they penalize them because they got to come with some more money somewhere, right?
Not necessarily. I think it depends on what the options are. If you choose to go to a very expensive private school, yes, but it may be there are other options out there that are not, that this would be adequate.
Yeah, that's how
but it may be something they're already having to supplement. They're paying out of pocket now. This will be a supplement for that if they're already doing that. So,
for time running, are there any schools out there? I'm trying to think now. That can handle that small amount of money and do the job we want them to do.
Yes.
You think? I mean, I wish you. As we get, I want to know. I want to know what they are because I'm very interested in it. This will be very personal to me. Very interested. I thank you for calling me to the speaker, but because there are some other places that where the kid could go, right? The child could go.
Yes.
I wish you'd tell me.
And again, this is modeled after what's happening in other states. So I can say that with certainty because it's happening in other states and it's addressing some of these needs we're talking about.
Okay, we talk after this bill. I'm quite concerned about the bill because I'm interested in it totally. That's why I'm asking these questions. And Mr. Speaker, thank you, because this will be a very personal, near and dear to me. Thank you for letting me ask you these questions, because I'll talk to you as we get to go through this bill, because I like what you're trying to do. I just want to make sure you help with a lot of folks I want to help.
I agree. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the lady from Jefferson, Representative Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My concern is this. With all the bills that are coming, that's resulting in us taking monies out of public schools, how do we intend to operate all of these various options and alternatives for education out of one pot of money? How do we do that?
So I think that's why the legislature has been very deliberate in assessing and moving these bills. The fiscal note on this bill is $3 million. That's not chump change, but in terms of our budget, it's not a huge drain. It's something we can sustain in our budget.
For right now.
But I think that, yeah, and that's.
But now, but what about the future? You know, we've gone through some hard times where we didn't have the dollars to provide all of these excess, and we're going under the assumption that we're going to have this pot and these dollars coming in to the education trust fund that we got now. And I can assure you, because I'm listening to what you're saying, that can you name me one school in Jefferson County that's private that can address all of these special or unique needs that you got in this bill?
One school to address.
Private.
One private to address all. No, I couldn't.
And see, from the way you sound, if I send my child to the school, say if they're hearing impaired, because I feel this school could do well, what guarantee do I have that that school can even afford the person that would give them the better attention and work to improve their hearing impairment, or if they're autistic? Because what I look at, if you got this fund and you give the $6,900 per child to a school, and what I see right now, they will take that child knowing all the time that they don't have the sufficient funds to hire those teachers that are experienced and expert to address all of these unique needs that you have. Now, when you say other states are doing it, give me a state that is doing it, and how are they funding all of these alternative means of educating unique need children?
I modeled this bill after Mississippi and Tennessee and Florida.
Now, all of those states have lottery. Every one of them. So they could afford to do it.
I know that Mississippi is not funding this with lottery money.
I'll bet that their lottery money goes to their education.
No, their lottery money goes to build roads.
But part of it, they have monies to go for education. And the reason I know is because I had a couple parents that came to Birmingham, left Mississippi, where they were being funded to help take care of their special need child, but they were not satisfied with what Birmingham had, and they went back to Mississippi because they said, Mississippi, they have a funding mechanism to take care of my child with special needs.
I think it was this, because when they adopted this ESA, and I think that's probably
this can't do it, and I've been on the board, and I know what few pennies we got. And when you give even that monies we get from the state, we could never operate one public school just based upon what the state of Alabama gives us. We can't do it. You can't, and I've been in classroom with children with wheelchairs and everything else. The only reason that teacher can't do it is because that school does not have their full complement of special need teachers. So when they go past what they have, the child that's in the wheelchair, that's nonverbal, and that teacher has to teach 30 more students that are verbal and do not have special needs. The only reason they don't get the attention in public school is because that individual public school don't have the full complement of funding to take care of all of the students. Then I saw we're talking about there could be a company that could come in and do it. I can promise you, and my sister taught forever in Nashville, in Tennessee. Tennessee does not take the basic funding to do that for special need children. I know that because she started out as a teacher and then even went to an administrator. I know over in Mississippi, the problems they used to have before they don't use just the basic monies that follow every child. They are supplementing with other money. This money ain't enough because to say in school A, even if it's a private school, I might not have but 2 children, then one of them might be a hearing impaired, one of them might be autistic. Well, if I only got those 2 children and you're giving me the $6,900 for each one, that's not enough money to pay for the care. Now, what normally happens, even with some of our private schools, what normally happens, they have an agreement with the public school that is closest to them. So when that child needs to have that care or whatever, their teacher will come and attend to that care. So that teacher and the school system has an agreement with it. They are not able to just hire, that private school is not able to hire their full complement to address these needs that you got in this bill.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments and your insight. You do always raise interesting points and things that make me really think through what we're doing. I would like to respond to one thing. A very important thing you said was, how can we sustain these type things when we're looking at all these bills, looking at education?
Yeah, even
budget.
in the future.
And I'm in the education budget chair, and I'm a CFO by practice. So I have been looking, spent a lot of hours with our fiscal office, with Senator Orr, and crunching numbers. That's why I think you've seen us put a pause on a lot of these tax cuts. We've seen some tax cut bills upstairs. They've not moved down here and vice versa. We're talking now about grocery taxes. All the things we're talking about, we've modeled this out. We've modeled recession situations. I can promise you that the budget chairs are not going to recommend something that we don't believe is sustainable, because we do not want to jeopardize the education budget.
I'm going to correct you.
Okay.
As having been on the school board, you have recommended things that were not sustainable. During my 6 years there, we had a lot of unfunded mandates. So I understand what you're trying to do, because I think we had a bill last week that'll take approximately $2 million out of the Education Trust Fund this year. Next year, it goes up to almost $3 million out of the Education Trust Fund. So we keep adding up all of these bills. I can promise you, these children with unique needs, as you call them, a special need, they just what you're adding, though I can promise you all those schools won't be able, that these private schools that we're sending them to won't be able to do that unless we're planning at some other point to give them additional funding to do it, because on the average one can't do it right now. And if they only receive a couple of these children with all the special needs that you got outlined in this bill, then it's going to require them to have additional funding. And I could see that even when you're talking about these different companies, when these different companies come in to provide the service, do they just address that child's unique need? But what about the other curriculum that's needed for that child beyond their unique need?
So we're developing an individualized education plan. So depending upon the need, where that child is, that would depend on what that plan needs to be. That plan may very well look very similar to what they would receive in a
public school, because they do specialized plans.
But in some cases, it would be a much narrower, much more.
Where they will not receive necessarily all of the curriculum that they might be exposed to, because it's just, if you're talking about a narrower plan to address their needs, Mr. Garrett, Representative Garrett, unless there are some other funds coming from somewhere else, that $6,900.
The lady's time has
do it.
expired.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, ma'am. Question for the body now is final passage of HB 334 as amended and sub. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 99 ayes, 5 nays. HB 334 has passed.
Thank you, members. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, gentlemen. Clerk, call the next bill.
On page 41 of the calendar, House Bill number 363 with substitute by Representative Collins relating to the Alabama School Choice and Student Opportunity Act.
Chairman Collins, you're recognized.
Thank you for the recognition, Mr. Speaker. I've been on this floor before to talk about some modifications to this charter school bill that was passed by this body in 2015. Remember that date really well because at the same time as when being passed, I was continuously giving you updates on the progress of my daughter who is having my grandson, who was also born on March 18th, 2015. I actually got to hold him that night just before midnight and after this bill had passed. This year, though, I'm not coming talking about additional local funding for charter schools. Not at all. What this bill does is it changes and tries to make more accountable and transparent the governance part of the charter bill. I'm going to go through the changes, but first I want you to hear who all we've taken amendments from. We have amended and subbed and amended and have another amendment coming because my goal has been these are needed governance changes and I want to get them as right as I can. So I've taken all of the superintendent's amendments, school boards, Democrats, Republicans, the department, AEA. We have tried to work everybody in, and so here are the changes I'm asking for in the governance. Most of the first ones deal with the commissioners. The charter commissioners would become appointed, not just nominated, but appointed. Included in that appointment process would not just be the governor, lieutenant governor, speaker, and pro tem, but also the minority leader in the House and the minority leader in the Senate. They would be required to have orientation training and annual training because being an authorizer has a lot of responsibilities and we want them to understand what those are. They would have a 4-year term from 2-year, which would allow them time to understand what their job is. They could be reappointed one time. As they would also be allowed to have an employee that would work for the commission. We are the only state that has a commission that does not have an employee. So that's the commission changes. It would also allow the commission, when they're looking at applications, to be able to use their own rubric to justify the application. That way, charter applications can continue to improve as they go along the process. It also clarifies the operation and the funding between how a startup charter works, which are charters usually done by the commission and those local people that are supporting it in that area, and a conversion charter, which we only have 3 right now, and they're in Montgomery. And the operation is a little bit different. A startup has its own LEA, whereas a conversion is a part of the local education system that it's a part of. It's not separate. And then lastly, that the charter schools that are public schools, that their funding follows just like all other public schools, and that's how we would want it to be. And it clarifies that from language from the department. So, Mr. Speaker, I would ask for adopt the BIR.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Marion, Representative Estes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the general lady yield?
Yes.
I just wanted to rise today to thank you for working with everybody involved in this process. I know there's been a lot of time invested on your part. As you know, I was a no in committee, but there have been some additional changes that you have welcomed in. And I just want to thank you personally for doing that and understanding my thought process. And I'm supportive of the bill and
Thank you,
encourage others to do so as well.
Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair. Question for the body now is passage of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes 94 ayes, 10 nays. The BR has passed. Chairman Collins.
I don't believe we had another amendment in the committee, or did we? We just need to adopt the sub. Thank you very much. I thought that we added so many amendments in committee, and so I wanted to make sure, and I know we're still expecting one other friendly. So I move to adopt the substitute from the committee.
Question for the body is adoption of the substitute. I guess you explained that earlier, right?
I did. That's
Okay.
what I was talking about, and it included all of the different amendments together. Yes, sir.
Thank you. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine and record the votes. 89 ayes, 14 nays. Committee sub has been adopted. Chair Lady Collins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll move for final passage, but I am expecting a friendly floor amendment.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Calhoun, Representative Gidley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You yield.
Yes.
Young lady, good deal. I want to come do the same thing that Tracy, Representative Estes did, just to express my appreciation how you've worked hard, listened, and taken everything into consideration, and that's very appreciative, very commendable.
Thank you. I appreciate it very much, Representative Gidley.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Franklin, Representative Keel.
Thank you, Chairman Collins, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Chairman Collins, for working with all the groups to get this right. And so I do have an amendment, Mr. Speaker.
Clerk, see the amendment.
Amendment to House Bill number 363 by Representative Keel.
Representative Keel, explain your amendment.
This bill just restores the language back on page 17 and following, where your bill took out local school boards serving as an authorizer. It just returns that local school boards back into the bill again.
Correct.
I move past the amendment.
And we got a couple of lights on. Y'all want to speak on the amendment or the bill? Question for the body is, Chairman Collins? You
It's a
accept it?
friendly amendment. Yes, I accept. Thank you.
Question for the body is passage of the floor amendment. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machines, record the vote, 100 ayes, 3 nays. Floor amendment has passed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, sir.
Move for final passage.
Chair would like to recognize the lady from Calhoun, Dr. Boyd.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. For the record, it's you yield. I do want to say and to thank you from where you have come and all of those you have worked with, which is great. But I think it's the Chinese that say the journey of 1,000 miles began with one single step. And this is a step. And because of this, I still would have preferred magnet schools.
Yes, ma'am.
Because they would have been set aside.
Yes, ma'am.
For a specific purpose. I know it's going to pass, and I hear somebody saying vote. I'm going to have to vote no today because I'm thinking about in the long run, this will really destroy public schools. But thank you for your work, and I can't stand here to see what I know is going to happen in the future with this. Thank you so much.
Chair thanks the lady. Chair recognizes the lady from Madison, Representative Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the lady yield?
Yes, ma'am.
Presently, how many charter schools do we have in the state of Alabama?
11.
How many of them are city school public school are run by public school or under public school board?
Under a local, they're all
Right.
public schools. All charters are public schools.
Right.
We have 3 conversion charters in Montgomery, and they might have a startup in Montgomery, or they may not have that yet, but 3 are under Montgomery Public School Systems.
And the startup, where is it located?
Startups are located in Mobile. That was our first one, in West Alabama, in a few in Birmingham area, Fairfield. I went to that aviation. I'm sure Montgomery has a couple more. I don't have those listed out right in front of me. I saw it. I
Okay.
apologize, Representative.
So I got Mobile, West Alabama, Birmingham, Fairfield, Montgomery. So the process of startup, I started trying to go through this. That are under the public school system. What
a public school system could choose to just do a startup. They would have an application, and if they wanted to meet a specific need, they could use the charter school as a tool to do that. Or they could use the conversion process to convert some of their what we would call priority schools that have the greatest needs, and then they could use the capabilities of the charter system to improve those schools. That's what we've seen with the conversion, particularly in Montgomery County. Those happened while they were under state intervention.
Right.
But they're having great student gains where they are, and we're wanting to clarify that, and actually hoping that other school systems will take advantage of the ability to do a conversion charter.
And so from every indication, school systems really could do that without this bill. I mean, there are things through the application process with the Board of Education that schools can create and have become a creative school, maybe fine arts and those kinds of things. They can already do that, right?
They could do some different things like that. I don't think they would be able to be a charter school conversion without going through that charter school and authorizing process. You would have to have that local support. That's a very important part of that charter process.
Right. Are any of these charter schools that you're talking about companies from outside the state that's happen to create them or put them in place?
Are not create or put. You have to have local support in order to have one. That's an important key. Some of them use a management company that might have some outside basis, but right now I'm not sure what those are. I know that they have to be nonprofit. They can't be a for-profit. They have to be working with whatever that local authorizer and then that local system are wanting to do.
Do you? And I have an interest. I'm a strong believer. There's a group of kids, especially our young African American boys, that have a great need, and I would be the pre-K through 3rd grade is probably where I see the greatest need, and in doing that, the resources, in making sure that those resources are available. I have not heard, and I have heard that there's a school, aviation school that is in Birmingham. Fairfield, Birmingham. I don't know how long it's been in existence, but
this year.
Okay, all right. So we can't get the information or data on that, but I do know it's gotten a lot of interest.
Mm-hmm. I've been there as well. It was very impressive what they were doing. Hearing the students and how engaged they are was very exciting. Yes.
And so that is a special navigation set aside. Those students are students that would have that interest. I am making an assumption.
No,
because I haven't been.
I mean, they're getting all of their education, but they have special things about, I went into a big gym-like area and they had actual planes that they could start to work, that they could work on and different things like that. They had an online program that had been provided so that they actually could learn takeoff and landing but through a simulator.
Sure. And so I think that is so important. And so the other side of that is that the dollars that are spent at this school or that system had used certainly sounds like they're dollars that are well spent or
I
will be
believe so,
well spent,
yes.
even though it's 1 year. The evaluation, I looked, what was they're under the same testing curriculum?
They're public schools, so
that
they use
are-
ACAP, they use everything that public schools, they get grades, that they are public schools.
So the authorizing function by the authorizer of the charter school. Do you know the companies that is doing the one that's doing the navigation? The authorizing company?
Well, the authorizer would be the commission, because they applied to the state commission.
Okay, so the company applies to the state commission.
Not the company, that local system would have an application for a charter. It would go to the Fairfield, I don't believe is an authorizer, so it went straight to the state commission, charter school commission, and then that state charter school commission becomes the authorizer. So they oversee and they make sure that they're working. Now, if they've used an outside company to come in to manage the actual school, I don't know who that is. That would be their choice.
Because there are a number of different companies that
They
do
could
this
be.
work.
The law originally says, though, that they have to have experience, they have to have a proven success record. And so we're trying to cut out, Alabama was so late, even in 2015, to the charter school. We were able to actually learn a lot of lessons of what to do and what not to do. And that's why our bills had such national acclaim as well.
I'm on page 18. You do page 18, starting at line 479. The authorizer, see,
That's the part we changed back. So everything you see on those changes on 18, it goes back how it was.
It makes, if it's going to be run by the city, it certainly makes sense. So that's where it should be. Not the authorizer, not the company that came in, but or not a commission. Presently, you were using the commission as the
Commission
authorizer,
becomes the authorizer.
Right. But
what this change does is that this was going to allow, when they had an application, there was going to be a fee potential, and that took that out.
We're going to have a fee?
The fee for the application, but it's not there.
Really? And what was that amount?
If you look at it, it's just an application, just like a lot of the things we've done, but it's no longer there. Look at number 2. Local school
Number
boards
2,
can do
on
that,
on
but the
which
state
page? Hold
commission
it.
cannot.
What page? On which page are you talking
I'm still
about?
on page 18, number 2.
Number
on
2.
Line 486.
So I don't see number 2. I see letter D. No, ma'am. Wrong. I don't have that.
Okay, yours,
I have the,
no, it's still the same thing though. Let's look up.
that's what, that's why I keep running through this.
I still have my marked up bill I'm using.
So number
Page
2 is on
two.
page 17.
But
Okay.
Mine's just probably an
Page
earlier one that I
17,
did.
lines 473.
See, they could do that before. That wasn't a change for that local school board.
But so
The
you,
amendment we just accepted said the authorizer cannot, the local school board still could.
that makes sense. All right. I'm good on that. All right. So I'm together. So when I go to 486, the local school board is back in there on lines 486, which would be the next page over for you. So that's
Correct. A, B, C, D.
Under D. All right.
Yes, ma'am.
But when you go over to
And the lady's
page-
time has expired. Chair recognizes the lady from Montgomery, Representative Morris. While she's on your way down here, I'd like to recognize the Center Elementary fourth graders from Cherokee County Also, we have Jane Richardson and Leanne Lockridge with them.
Not changed.
Good to have y'all with us today, guys. Thank y'all. Representative Morris.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With the gentlelady here.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so your bill is establishing a commission, or is it already established?
Already.
So what else is it doing?
It's taking the commission that we already have, and the things it's doing are the things I mentioned earlier. They become appointed, not just nominated, but they become appointed by the same people: the governor, lieutenant governor, speaker, the minority leader in the House, the minority leader in the Senate. It requires them to have an orientation training and an annual training. It extends their board term from 2 years to 4 so they can actually learn how to become a good authorizer.
Okay, so the thing that you took out was nomination.
Yes.
Is that it?
They become appointers just like most other boards and commissions, yes.
Okay. And you said they are appointed by who now?
The governor, lieutenant governor, speaker of the House, pro tem in the Senate, and the minority leader in the House and the minority leader in the Senate.
Okay. So, and the commission, what are some of the duties of the commission?
As the commission becomes the authorizer, and so they look at applications and they approve or they don't approve. A lot of times they'll work with the local ones that are putting in an application, and they'll say, your funding's not set up, you're not going to be prepared to be successful, and so they'll deny that application. But a lot of those will come back then once they've gotten better grounding on their funding, better plan, they've changed their plan, something, and then they have accepted some of those once they've improved and they feel like they will. An authorizer then is in charge of making sure they continue to stay and they're helping the students progress and have academic success.
Okay. So, the commission may, upon evaluation and agreement, share services, facilities, supplies, and related costs with the department. Okay, adopt rules for the operation and organizations of the commission.
They've already done that back in 15.
Review at least once per year department rules and regulations concerning public charter schools. And if needed, recommend to the state superintendent of education any rule or regulation changes deemed necessary.
Yes, none of that changed.
Okay, convene stakeholder groups and engage experts. Seek and receive state, federal, and private funds for operational expenses. And then it goes into F, which employ professional administrators.
Right.
So if I wanted to offer a friendly, just a friendly amendment.
I've already taken lots of friendly amendments.
I know, but I just want to offer just a small.
I think I saw this one too, and it was going to allow not the commission to hire their own staff member, but the department to hire that.
No, not the department.
Okay, well, you just tell me what it might be friendly.
Require the state superintendent of education to employ.
No, we would want the commission to employ their own employee.
Okay, so I did try to get me an amendment.
Thank you.
And you're not gonna
no, ma'am,
accept my amendment, Miss Collins.
But I've accepted a whole lot of them.
Can you give me an example of one that you've accepted that would reflect?
I've got pages of what?
Give me one, just one.
One of the ones was we just accepted, which would take the change the authorizer back to local school board can charge a fee for an application, but not the authorizer. That was one. To have I've got a stack of them here. The department gave us language about how the funding is already working, so that was already in there as a change. The accepting of the minority leader in the House and the minority leader in the Senate, that was one that was given, that was a change. Notifying the local school board if they have denied an application of when that appeal is going to be, giving them 15-minute notice. That was from Republicans. 15 days, not minutes, not minutes. Sorry, I apologize. Good catch. Days is what's on there. What are some others? Representative Morris, you've been in committee, so you heard all those.
I have, but I just wanted.
So, but those are several examples.
It's been
of
a
them.
minute, so I just wanted to
Those were
get a-
several examples of all those amendments.
and I really appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Chair thanks the lady. Chair recognizes the lady from Jefferson, Representative Moore.
I'm fine. How are you? Okay, thank you. I appreciate that.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, I have problems with charter schools, period.
I'm sorry.
No, you don't have to be sorry, because I just don't think a state like the state of Alabama can support several different forms of public school education out of one pot of money. We haven't done well, and that's why we have the problems in public school, because we've not had sufficient funds to do all the things we need to address the needs of our children and parents in public school. Then we go to homeschooling, we got virtual learning, we got private schools, we got charter schools now. And with the private schools, we're taking state funds, putting them in private schools. We passed some bills where we're putting money from the Education Trust Fund into something that don't even have anything to do with education, really. And yet and still, I just wonder, at which point do we come back and say that we've got to redo all of this stuff? Now, for the last few years, yeah, we've had some good money, taxes coming in, but it ain't gonna last always. And when it gets to that point, and we got so many hands in the Education Trust Fund that we run into a deficit, then what do? I've always stated that if there was a problem with the amount of attention we're giving our children, whether they have unique needs or special needs or not, or just the average child, because what we're doing, we're setting up to make it even more difficult for our children that are just on the normal bell curve to succeed, because you can't continue to take monies out and set up different things. I've challenged charter schools since the mid to late 70s, because when you go across the country, these charter schools are proven not to do as well. Some are, because you have some exception to the rule. But I know what we're seeing in the city of Birmingham, and the Birmingham Board of Education is an authorizer. And for every school that has come up, they haven't met the minimum criteria to be a charter school. Yet when they come to the state, and the state is using that same criteria, the state will go ahead and authorize them to be a charter school when they know they don't meet the basic criteria to be a charter school. So as they continue to operate in Birmingham, what we see at the beginning of every school year, we see it during the second semester of the school, we see children coming back into the public school system that are so deficient in learning that it puts an extra burden on the teachers, the classroom they're putting them in. We get children who are coming back who have been in charter school all the time that couldn't count to 10 if you beat them. We get them coming back. They can't spell their names. They can't give you the first 3 alphabets, not alone A. But they're bringing them back. They're getting these dollars that's being given to them, and they're not being able to do the work. Those that have unique needs, they send them back quick and in a hurry. As soon as they get them in, I've got teachers. I got them in my family. I've got friends because I was there since I was on the school board. Still know a lot of them that are leaving. And many of them are leaving because they've got to take what the charter school is sending back. Obviously, there's no checks and balance because they're not training these children properly, Ms. Collins. You've gone to the ones, the exception to the rule. But the average one, they're not doing their due diligence. They don't have qualified teachers. They don't even have teachers that know how to set up a proper classroom plan. But when the parents get tired of them not learning and they're so far behind, then we're having to accept them back into the public school. And then when it comes to like those children who are not able to read on grade level when they're in the 3rd grade because they've been in charter school for such a long time, then when they come back, it goes against public school because the charter schools are sending them back. And
They have to have the same rules at the charter schools as that. They follow the Literacy Act and all.
I
and
know,
right
but
now, all of them have a long waiting list of students to get in.
Yeah, and once
I don't
they
know
get
of the
in-
ones that are going back at all.
You can go to every school in the city of Birmingham and everywhere else, and you can see them. Like I said, my sister taught in Nashville. Even with theirs, they come back. They come back to the public school, and you won't know those, but they do have a waiting list. Because, like, for instance, we got in one of my schools, we got a child back because when the grandparent had custody of the child, she put the child in a charter school. Now that child is back in public school because the parent...
One of the charters are public.
I know they're public, but they are not true public. They are public in your eyesight because they taking them dollars from the public school and they hurting and crippling public schools every day. But in the public school, when they come back and they can't count from 1 to 10 because the charter public school didn't teach them appropriately. When they come back to the public school and the child can't even write their name and their name is AMBER and they can't even get that out because the charter public school did not teach them properly. If they got special needs, they're back into the public school because the charter public school was unable to address the students' needs. Now, I don't know how you're going around and they are manipulating the data, but we get them to come back into schools in my district every year, and they've been there since they were in kindergarten or 1st grade. But I can promise you, we've got a whole lot of them that have come back to the public school because the charter public school has not been equipped and able to teach our children the curriculum that they need, not even from the smallest thing that they need to learn. They have not learned. One, the young man told one of my teachers, count from 1 to 10 is too many numbers. We didn't have to do that in the charter public school.
In the charter public school, if they're not having student achievement
They're
gains,
not.
then we close them.
But you haven't. And we do know that most
we
of
are
ours
looking at their achievement, and they are
and
having
they're not.
achievement.
And we have some, everyone except for one in the city of Birmingham is on that bubble. And I can promise you, those ones that are on the bubble didn't meet criteria. When the Birmingham School Board looked at their criteria to open, I was at those meetings, and when they came to the state, they still did not meet the criteria, and that's why they're having problems now, because there is something going on that whether they are qualified or not, the commission allows them to give them their charter to do harm to our children. And at the end of the day, when you look at them, And when you finally come out and want to open your eyes to see what's happening, because I don't think they're giving you the true picture, but we're seeing it every day when they come back into our system.
Thank you.
Chair thanks the lady. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Mobile, Representative Bracy. While Representative Bracy is making his way down here, we'd like to recognize the president of Jefferson County Board of Education, Clara Venerable, as with her is Sarah Patterson, Dr. Sarah Patterson, and Christina Logan Marshall. Thank you all for being with us today. Guests are Representative Patrick Sellers and Antonio Tillman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the recognition with the Lady Yield.
Yes.
Are y'all for or against this?
We're for.
I was just talking to the people that we just was introduced in the gallery. I have a few questions about it. I like to think that we both want what's best for all of the students
I like that too.
in the state of Alabama. And I guess sometimes we just take different routes to get to where we're trying to go. And one of the issues that stick out to me about the charter schools is we seem to focus a lot of attention on charters, and that's a small number of students in the state. But I feel like we don't focus enough attention on the masses.
Well, I would assure you, I try to focus lots of attention on the masses. Most of the things I work on deal with all of our public schools, whether it's literacy or numeracy or civics or computer science. Those are for all our public schools because I do want all of our students to be successful.
Yeah, and that's important to me. My girls go to public school.
Mine did too.
Public, like right now they do. And it is a concern to make sure that all of our students have an equal opportunity to be successful because
correct,
regardless to male or female or racial, ethnicity or whatever, I think quality education across the board is the one thing that can help us all be equal to.
I would agree.
And it levels the playing field no matter what community you grow up in. You know, you can grow up in a nice gated community, or you can go up in a more struggling community, but quality education gives you the opportunity to be successful. So I think we're on the same page on that.
Good.
It's just so many things because you and I came in together.
We did.
And we've seen some good things and some bad things come out of educational conversations and debates. And one of the things that I just can't seem to wrap my mind around is I think we could do more for like our teachers and more incentives for our teachers in our classrooms. And it just, I always go back to the drop program. And I remember people saying, well, we're going to get rid of the drop program because Paul Hubbard, Joe Reed, Nick Saban, all of these folks, right? And then it was always said that we would revisit this, you know, at some point for the lower, the teacher level, you know, and even when the drop program was about to be terminated, I remember they kept moving the goalposts. I don't know if you remember, but it was like a drop dead date. And then it's kind of like they kept moving it because somebody in somebody's district was going to retire at this time. So they moved it a little bit further. You don't remember that?
I don't remember that.
I remember pretty specific because the date ended up being like July or something, that they changed it to the date that it would, the effect, because, you know, you had to have a cutoff date. So the cutoff date changed
I
And it
didn't
was
remember
kinda
it
like-
changing. I knew that there was a cutoff date. I knew every single, I think, local employee that was going to just miss that cutoff date.
Right.
But I don't remember it changing.
Oh.
And I remember that while we would have loved for that to have been a good program, that we couldn't afford that program when you and I got here. And I don't remember hearing about revisiting it.
You don't remember hearing that at all? Okay. Well, maybe somebody just mentioned that to me, but you know, I've always heard about the possibility of well, do you think that's something that we could revisit? I mean, what's
My
your thoughts on
understanding was
that?
it was not an affordable program.
But wasn't it because of the top heavy employees? It wasn't.
I think
because-
that probably made it a lot worse.
Right. But I thought once we looked at dealing with the top heavy
I
employees.
thought we had looked at that since that time too, and there was not a way. And I would just say, I know just my experience based on my senator or the budget chair in the Senate and trying to look at that. And I've not heard of one that was revenue neutral.
Okay. So I guess if we can't find revenue neutral ways to deal with situations, we have to come up with creative ways to get more revenue. And I guess like the educational lottery, you know, would be one of those things. I guess I'm just trying to figure out what we can do to make the system better. We can keep good quality trained teachers in the classroom and not allow them to keep, because they're creating, other places are creating more opportunities for them. And that's why.
Oh, and I feel like we have. I felt like the earlier bill I had, the mobility compact. I think Alabama will benefit from that because of the different incentives that we have set up, whether it's Teams Act or CALT or additional dollars for higher risk areas that you teach in. I think that we stand to benefit from those programs.
Yeah, and that is a good program, but I guess until a bill passes and become law, you know what I mean, it's not really something that we can hang our hat on, because we can't say, you know, it's made it through a part of the process. It hadn't made it completely through the process, so I don't think we can count it yet. But I do think that's a great move.
Good.
And I just hope that we can just figure out how to come up with some more things. I know we've been creative of trying to get, you know, more STEM teachers in the classroom. You know, we're doing some creative things, but I'm just wondering, are we doing enough? Are we moving the needle enough? Because even though we're doing some great things, we still tend to be in the lower percentages when it comes.
Well, I would say that our last testing, we actually made a lot of gain. And I think that's the direction we want to continue to go.
Okay.
And those are the things I'm always going to work on, things that I believe will help us make gains nationally comparatively to the other states.
Yes, ma'am. I respect that. Can you tell me then where we are now currently? Where
I
are
don't
we
remember the exact details. I know in literacy, I think in fourth grade that we were had moved from the bottom, I don't know, 40 something to, I believe it was to, one was to 39. In math, we had moved up to.
And
I
that's
think
pretty
we made
significant.
gains during the
That's pretty
COVID
significant.
years.
What about across the board?
And I'm excited to see when we're not in the COVID years, what those gains will be.
Yes, ma'am. What about across the board outside of just the fourth grade target area? How are we across the board right now?
I think that we struggle in middle school. I've always thought middle
Yeah, it's
school was
tough.
maybe a little bit more about hormones than it was education,
Yeah.
but you got to get through those years. So continuing to put an emphasis, I know our budget chair, we've tried to lower that class size in those middle school years. So I think we're trying to address those budget needs.
Okay, and I want you to know, even though we're having this conversation, this is not a blame conversation, because all of this belongs to all of us.
Exactly.
Whatever place we are is our place.
Mhm.
And it's kind of what we need to do together to make these gains. And that's why I was wondering, like, where are we nationally across the board? Because saying thank God for Mississippi is not enough anymore.
No, they're passing us in literacy,
Yeah.
but hopefully the things we're doing are catching us back up. So we
Right. And I would think some of the reason that they may be passing us, we have so many teachers retiring around 50. And they're
I'm
going
sure
to work.
they do as well.
But I'm saying, but ours are going to work over there. I don't see a lot of teachers from Mississippi working in Mobile, but I know it's a lot of people, administrators and teachers that are now working in Mississippi that we have trained. They're very seasoned. They've been in the classroom a long time. They've been at the schools a long time. They have relationships with these students and parents and communities. And now they're helping build up other communities and educating their students.
And the
But
gentleman's time
thank
has
you for your
expired.
time.
Thank the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Clark, Representative Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Hello.
Hello.
I don't have a friendly amendment. I don't have an amendment at all.
You just
Representative,
support the bill just like it is.
I just want to thank you for sometimes bringing legislation to this body. I came through an era where we had dual school systems. I don't use the term dual because I was all black and all white. Inferior in one sense, but superior in another sense. We had good educators in those little rundown black segregated schools. We had people that cared about our future because they had struggled to make their life better. And you can imagine what they had gone through to share with us the struggles for us to get through those 60s and 70s. And after the integration, one system, but there were still struggles within the walls of those systems. You had all white classes and all black classes.
That's one of the positive things about West Alabama. It was actually in those counties the first school that was integrated because both white children and black children have gone there.
That's what I'm getting to that.
That's a good thing.
Next thing they did was brought in magnet schools. You know, and I said, I wish every school in the state could be a magnet school. You know, if you're gonna put this kind of funding in this school and all the other kids in the county, in the community cannot attend, see, you picking and choosing, and that's really been my pet peeve with the charters because
they can't choose, they can't pick and choose. It's if they have more students apply than they have room, then they have to use a lottery system. Just like it is. So they're not
Pick and choose.
No, they're not.
The lottery
is just working.
I didn't win the lottery, so I didn't get. You know, that's another way of choosing.
It's a way of limiting the students to fit the numbers that they have applied for.
I just wish we could just elevate the entire state to that point. Well, you won't look in a superior manner or in a negative manner at our education system. You know. Dual systems are not the best when you're competing. So we shouldn't be competing. You do that on the football field, on the basketball court,
there's a lot of
baseball.
competition
Yeah,
going
but not. You shouldn't be competing as systems of education shouldn't be.
You don't think that makes everybody better?
Well, it all depends.
I think it has a good possibility of making everybody better.
When I was in that school that said it wasn't going, we weren't going to make it, it made us better because we believed that we were just as good as the other person, if not better. But we had to show ourselves. But here we're using the same state dollars, and that's
your public schools.
So your public and public charter schools. I don't know.
Probably traditional public and then public. charter.
Non-traditional public
No.
or public charter. Let me ask the question. I heard you mention something about 11 or 18 in the state. How many?
11.
11. I thought I heard that. Are they competitive?
Yes.
Could you explain the competitiveness of those 11 to the rest of the schools in the state?
Charter school, if it's not having academic gains, if they're not meeting what they set out to do in their application, in 5 years they get closed. So they are really working. What I've seen in our charters is that they get the children right where they are, just like all public schools do. But what I've seen is even within the first few years, they're doing better academically than the schools that are right around them. And when you give them 3 or 4 more years and they're tested at a later time, they're doing better even than compared to magnet type programs. And so that's what I want to see is all our students improving academically.
And that's what we all want.
We want.
But do we need different systems to make that happen?
I think that you get there different ways. I think charters use they use a lot more reaching out to the parents, talking to the parents, knowing where their children are, because if they're not successful, they'll be closed. So you've got a lot of incentive and a sense of urgency to make sure that you're making progress with students.
Yeah, that's a good incentive. But the public schools should have that. I mean, the regular.
I would agree with that completely.
Should have that same.
If you've been failing children for decade after decade, I think closing or converting would be a good option. This bill would let you do that.
You taught school?
I did not. My children have taught school.
Okay. And so you never taught school, and so you don't really know what.
Well, I've substitute taught.
Yeah,
but that's not the same.
That's not teaching. You're just showing up.
Say I did with when I was younger. I did a special needs class, and that's who I ended up wanting to go in the most because you actually do get to do a little bit of teaching when you're in there.
And you mentioned when you said special needs. That's my first priority. When I first went into education, I was in special needs. I was a psychology major.
Okay.
With credentials in mental retardation.
Mm-hmm.
And then I worked several years in the elementary, and then I moved to high school. And I had science degree.
Mm-hmm.
I taught science and I coached. I moved to the high school, coached basketball in Coffeyville, and assistant football coach there several years. Then I didn't like the coaching. It was too much. I loved it, but the superintendent wanted me to come and work with his child. So I went back to Jackson, and that's where I spent most of my 23 years in public school, was in the Jackson area, Jackson, Alabama. I ended up getting a master's in counseling. So my last 12 years was in counseling in the middle school, but still working with special needs in counseling. This is, and I saw so much, I won't say animosity, but I saw a lot of, in the high school, where high school, the vocational teachers didn't want to receive those special needs kids in their classes. You know, it's just, it made me feel, very vulnerable because I was an advocate for those. I think they should have the same rights. So then, you had this program that came through where you have to integrate, you can segregate special needs out. So we went through a process of change because people was caught up in their own ways and their beliefs. And some of them had never worked with a special need child. They just didn't want them in their classroom because they were special. But as we move forward, they learned in that sense that how wrong they were when those kids came in their classroom and outperformed some of the regular students. Mm-hmm. All they needed was some love.
Exactly. All children can learn.
And pointed in the right direction. And sometimes we get caught up in that rather than looking at the picture of how we can improve. But because I can do, then it's always the I in the way rather than the helping the we that need the help. So here we are, and as we move forward with this bill, and the other bill was giving us an opportunity where it was about choices, where you get scholarships. So this has nothing to do with that. This is just public funding going into the, and if I would choose to register for a charter school, and if I don't get chosen, I have to stay in the public school.
Your school that you were at.
And try to do better. If it's so bad, then how you gonna do better? If it's that bad, yeah, it will. And my time is up, and I caught the, thank you so very kind.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Montgomery, Representative Hassel.
I would love some ice cream. Thank you so much, Mark.
Thank you, Speaker, for the recognition.
Hey.
Lady Yield. Well, I just got some questions about charter schools.
Okay.
So what's the main difference between a charter and a traditional school?
I think that they have some different opportunities if they choose to take advantage of them, that they can do school a little bit different. They could have a focus, like the one in Fairfield has a focus on aviation. And so students that are there are very interested in that. I think they can do different things, and that's why the applications all look different, because they might have different goals. Thank you so much.
And that's a conversion school though, right?
No,
that's not. Okay.
Startup. Conversion schools that we have right now in Alabama are 3 that are in Montgomery. And before, in the past, they had been poor performing. When the state intervened, they converted 3 of them, and they are now doing really, really well. So that's what we hope. I mean, the goal of a charter school is to lift all the schools.
So it's different programs that charter can offer that traditional schools are not offering.
It can be, or it could just be the way they're teaching. It could be lots of different things. It can look different in every one.
Okay. So
And some of the things are not really different. Some of the things are maybe any school could do. But because of the emphasis and the what they're striving to reach with their mission, maybe they just do it differently there.
do charter schools have capped admission?
Excuse me?
Do they have capped admissions? Are they limited on admission students?
They have a contract in their application that usually grows each year. And so they are limited to that contract.
Okay.
Sometimes they ask for additional to be able to accept more, and sometimes it's accepted and sometimes not.
And the commission determine that?
Mhm.
Okay. The regulations, right? Do charter schools and traditional schools have the same regulations?
They take the same testing, they have the same grading, but they might have a little bit more flexibility on, like they don't have tenure. The teachers have to continue to be successful in the classroom. They mostly are certified, but they're not required to be certified, but most of them are.
So are there any failing schools in charter schools in that state of Alabama?
Some of them are. One of the ones that list as a failing school, but I want to say I would consider them a huge success, and this is why. It was our very first charter. It's Excel. It was in Mobile. All of their students have basically been dropped out, been kicked out, or failed out of public schools. And so they have reached out to those students, and they're behind. Some of them are several grades behind, but they are lifting them up. So while they would get an F because those students are behind at that grade level, I would contend that everyone that graduates is a success because they weren't going to do it before. And that's the measure I would choose to measure that school by. The rest of them would have the same grading that are happening. Most of them are relatively new, and like I said earlier, they improve as they keep getting. You get the same children. If they were failing at the school before, they're going to be there, but hopefully every year they're improving and they're making gains so that they're not And so I think we'll see that as things move on.
And so that's how you determine if the school is failing or not. It's-
Well, the indicators that all public schools use, which would be academic growth, the test, the achievement of that test and growth. Right now we have an English language learner percentage. We have chronic absenteeism percentage. We have, if you get to a school with a graduation class, you have the graduation rate, you have college and career indicator, how many are ready to go to college or ready to go to workforce. So there are different measures in the A through F than just one test.
Okay. And last question, what are the diversity in charter schools?
What are the what?
Diversities. What's the diversity? What's the racial
They are,
component?
I don't have that in front of me right now, but they are mostly high poverty. They are mostly African American. They are mostly, I don't have those specifics, but I can get that.
Yeah, I would like to know that. So, and my last one, the difference between a charter and a private. What would you say the difference between a charter school and a private school?
Totally different. A charter school is a public school. They have to follow the public rules and the things like that. A private school is independent. They're getting their money from tuitions. Public school students in charters or traditional are not paying tuition. So tuition, I guess, would be the biggest difference.
Okay, that's the only difference. Okay, thank you for your time.
Question for the body is final passage of HB 363. Clerk will unlock the machines. The members will vote. All the members voted. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 76 ayes, 25 nays. HB 363 has passed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, body.
Thank you, lady. I'd like to recognize Alberta Middle School from Alberta, Alabama, guest of Representative Donna Givens. Let's give them a big hand. They might have just left. Clerk, call the next bill on special order calendar.
On page 39 of the calendar, House Bill number 315 by Representative Starnes relating to the Department of Veterans Affairs.
Representative Starnes, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, House Bill 315 is a department bill for the Alabama Veteran Affairs and Alabama National Guard. And it does the following. Under existing law, educational benefits are available to spouses of deceased or totally disabled veterans or those who were a prisoner of war while serving as a member of the United States Armed Forces. This bill would expand benefits to include the spouses of those who were killed on state active duty status or whose death results approximately and within 3 years of injury sustained while on state active duty status. With that, Mr. Speaker, I move the BR, and I'm happy to answer any additional questions.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Mobile, Representative Bracy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With the gentleman yield.
Yes, sir.
I was kind of missing what we were doing here. I know I'm sure it's a good bill coming from the Department of Veteran Affairs. Can we tell me exactly what we're doing one more time?
Yes, sir. When we have a natural disaster within the state, National Guardsmen are activated on state duty orders. And then once the president declares a state of emergency, we're federalized. So this just kind of covers the gaps in case of a soldier getting killed on state orders that, his spouse is able to go to school.
Okay, so this is for college?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And is it just for the spouse? Currently, if something like this was to happen right now, if this bill was not to pass, what would happen to the family of the soldier?
Well, basically, the spouse wouldn't be able to have their provided education by the state.
They would not?
Right.
Okay, but the children would?
It was just, this bill is just covering for the spouse.
Okay.
For state duty orders, the kids are already covered under a different.
So if a So if one of our soldiers was to unfortunately pass away in a situation that we're referencing right now, their kids would be able to attend college in the state of Alabama for free based on.
Well, there's different programs that cover it.
No, I'm asking yes or no, will they or not?
For state active duty orders,
Yes,
no.
State, you mentioned the state active duty orders that fall under a federal. Is that what we're saying?
No, what I'm saying is once the governor declares state of emergency and a unit gets deployed for state duty orders, that soldier is under state orders. And then once the president declares a state of emergency, they're federalized.
Okay. And if something was to happen, what would be the benefit to their family?
Under this bill, the spouse would be able to have educational benefits.
And I'm asking, what are the current benefits now? That's what I'm asking. What are the current benefits now, and what are we looking to change to?
State orders, the spouse is not able to have, is not covered. So that's what we're doing. We're just covering, make sure.
And I'm asking, are the children covered?
No, sir, they're not.
They're not.
This is the spouses.
So the children wouldn't be covered under the current law or under this bill?
Under this bill, this covers the spouses.
Okay. I think you may be having some confusion of my question, or maybe you just, and it's okay if we don't know, because I don't know.
Right.
That's why I'm asking, like, are the children covered if something was to happen during a state of emergency? Would the children be covered? Do we have a death benefit that will reach the children to be able to further their education? A death benefit out of us being, I saw where it was listed this week that Alabama is one of the most military-friendly states in the country. Do we have something like that? Or is that something we need to look at later on?
We may have to look at that.
Okay.
But for state orders, this just covers for the spouses.
Okay. Another thing that kind of surprised me when I was looking at the Alabama being one of the most military-friendly states was the absentee ballot bill. It kind of stuck out about the military because I don't think we took into account our military men and women when it come down to voting. And I know we want to do a lot of things for them, but I think we have to look at a holistic approach. You know, if any of our military men and women are away and, you know, they're doing a tour or something and their family members send them their absentee ballot, both of them just committed a felony based off of the law that we just passed. But then we say we're the most friendly military state. And I think we try to strive to be. But when we have bills that pass this body and we move so fast and we don't allow conversation about it and we get clotured on bills like that, it always leaves room for unintended consequences where now we're penalizing the very people that here we want to protect their families, but we penalize them in another instance because a lot of them, that's the only way that they've voted and the only way that they voted probably in the last 10 or 20 years, but just for their family member assisting them or someone sending them their absentee ballot, they're committing a felony, and also their family member or whoever it is that sent it to them is committed. We are sticking to it. Yes, we are. We are talking about, Mr. Speaker, if I can explain, we are talking about military men and women here in the state of Alabama. And we're talking about, we've just been mentioned of being the most military-friendly state. So I think this is very germane. Can someone tell me why this is not germane? Did you feel that this was germane?
I've been on active duty orders and I've never had a problem voting absentee. So I just.
Right, but I'm talking about under the current situation that we have that we just visited last week. It create things and it make it more difficult. You know what? That was dead wrong. Because whenever I come to this mic, I'm always very respectful and I always stick to topic and I'm always germane and I'm always well studied on the topics that we're discussing. People in this body don't even listen when people are talking, but I was very on topic. In 4 terms, I've never had my microphone turned off because I've always been on topic. I think it's very relevant. And I think it's wrong. And it was disrespectful. It was very disrespectful. To me, for me to be one of the most respectful statesmen in this body, to be gavelled down, I think that's wrong. I have given you nothing but respect at this microphone and every member that I ever debate with at this microphone. I think it's germane. I think it's important. I think that sometimes we go through and we get clotured and we end up having unintended consequences to some of these bills. And basically what I was saying was that we created a situation for the very people that we're protecting right here. We created a situation that we did not intend to create, but we have an opportunity to fix. That's all I was saying. I was not saying anything out of line. All I was saying is the people that we are fighting for to be the most military-friendly state in the nation, we had an unintended consequence that we ought to be able to fix because we took away something that's the only way that they can operate. And we made them have a criminal penalty for just exercising their God-given rights. I don't understand it, but I like for it to be explained to me what I did wrong. Just explain to me what I did wrong because I did not operate outside of anything that happened here. I did not violate any rules of this
And the
body.
gentleman's time has expired. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Tallapoosa, Representative Oliver.
Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
I wanted to let you know that I appreciate you bringing this bill very much. We live in a time when recruiting for the National Guard is difficult because we've had 20 years of people being deployed and many hardships, and we're trying to make not only to make Alabama the most military-friendly state, we're trying to find incentives to make young people want to come into the National Guard, and that's one of the reasons that we came with this bill. I appreciate you bringing it very much, and we'll continue to bring more bills like this, and I thank you.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
I yield my time.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Jefferson, Representative Sellers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
I want to get just a little bit more clarity on benefits for spouses in this particular bill. And the reason why I asked, I'm always in support of our military, our veterans, because I am a veteran.
Yes, sir.
And I am a disabled veteran. And so it's very, very important to make sure that we support. So can you kind of explain that to me? Because I didn't really catch what that detail was, the benefit for the spouse.
Basically, once a guardsman gets activated for a natural disaster, normally you're under state orders until the president declares a state of emergency, and then you're federalized. So we're just trying to cover that time that you're activated by the governor to the president in case a soldier or airman is killed, that they can have educational benefits for the spouse.
Okay, so where does that come from? And the reason why I ask, because there are multiple benefits and benefit options for veterans, disabled veterans, veteran spouses, especially when they're killed in active duty. And so I'm just kind of like, where is that, or is there a special pot, or is there a special group? Where does that come from? Because under normal circumstances, they receive those benefits under DIC or under the state's educational benefit program. They'll be for spouses of those that are killed during active duty.
Right. This is state orders, so this would come from the state of Alabama.
Okay. So, and you're only recognizing spouses as an educational benefit. What about children?
Right. I'm under this bill, it's just for the spouse. And there's things we'll have to look at for the children.
And the reason why I ask, because if the spouse is killed, more than likely it may be the male or the head of the household. And if the head of the household is no longer here, that may have been the main resource for income for that family. And so while we're thinking about the spouse, yes, the spouse may need to be retooled, re-educated to a certain degree, but what about those children that do not have that father or that parent that has been killed, to make sure that they are compensated or taken care of from an educational standpoint as well?
Right. And that's something I'll look at and get with the National Guard and see if that's an issue, or are the kids already covered. So I'll have to check on that.
Okay. So here's another question. Was there an issue? And I guess the reason for, I'm not being antagonistic, but just trying to understand, was there an issue that presented itself for this to come forward?
No, the National Guard came to me and asked me to sponsor this bill.
Okay.
So,
okay. Just wanted to get some clarity.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Colbert. Representative Underwood will be the fourth person to speak on the BIR.
All right.
Friend.
Yes, sir.
One thing I know about you is your new nickname is Silent Giant, and you know what you're asking for in these military things, and I support you for that. I thank you for your service. I thank you for the bill, and I thank you for being my friend.
Thank you, sir.
Yes,
Appreciate
sir.
it.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Question for the body now is adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Court votes 104 ayes, 0 nays. BR has passed. Representative Starnes.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the final passage of House Bill 315.
Chair recognizes a gentleman from Jefferson, Representative Plum.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ern, you
Yes, sir.
think okay?
Yes, sir.
You know, I'm a National Guard guy myself.
Yes, sir.
I spent 37 years there. And for its benefits for the spouse is great, but the children are not covered. That's something we need to look at add.
Yes, sir.
If you're going to amend anything, we need to bring that in. But for his, any national disaster, and veterans are called up and are killed in action, the spouse are covered. The children are not.
Yes, sir.
And so one of those things that we need, this bill here, if you look at that and we need to add your children in, that would be great. But other than that, it's a great bill. I love it because, you know, I'm a 37 years National Guard myself. And for its benefits for the children, now if that veteran retired 20 years or better, then the children are covered. They get a chance to get some education. They can go to any school in the state of Alabama with that. But now, not unless he's killed. If he's killed, no. But if he's retired, and I am a retired veteran, so my children can go to any school here in the state of Alabama. And it's a great bill, and I appreciate you guys bringing this one. We want to take care of these spouses. Thank
Yes,
you,
sir. Yes, sir. Thank you. Okay.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Clark, Representative Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to ask a question.
Okay.
I served in the Navy for a little while, my friend. Anchor away, my friend. I was a corpsman, if you want to use that term. I was going to ask the Speaker, what did Bracy do? What could you explain what Representative Bracy did for him to be gaveled down? That's all I'm asking. Just explanation. What and had his mic cut off. Just what did he do? You got a good bill.
Thank you, sir.
But we just want to get some recognition of why these actions are taken abruptly such on us like this. I mean, what have we done to get such reaction from the Speaker? You know, I think about military. Think about those persons who went and fought wars for us to abuse people, in a sense. The freedoms that we have fought to obtain, the democracy in this great nation that we have endured 230 plus years. And now it's under threat. And the spouses that went out with their husbands to these foreign lands. And we come back home and not even be accepted during the Vietnam time. You know, I think about that. The war that was fought and nobody appreciated. We lost 65,000 men and women. So it's a great wall in Washington honoring those lives, but a war that should never have been fought. And then we never got appreciated. But honoring the wives or spouses of military men when they're called to do the, you say in a disaster, state called disaster or federal called disaster.
Well, normally the first reaction is through the state and then until the president declares a state of emergency.
Well, usually the state has to call and ask for the federal, right?
That's above my pay grade.
But in these days and time, without, you know, it is good to honor those spouses and make sure that they have an educational opportunity if such happens. Now, how many, you say active duty or call up from reserve? Is that, I didn't read the bill.
It's for the National Guard that are called up by the governor.
Okay, oh, the governor calls up. And if there's a particular time or just disaster, or is that not in a war zone, or just killed in the process of doing the duty of
just while on state orders.
While on state quarters that
yes, sir.
that the serviceman or woman is killed.
Right. Yes.
And so this bill will do what for the educational processes?
Provide an opportunity for the spouse to have educational benefits.
Okay. Very good. Very good. And and I think a lot of us need the education.
Yes.
Even sometimes in a situation like this, we need to be educated. I know it caught you off guard too, because you didn't know what was going on there. I didn't know what was going on, but sometimes we need to be talked to, you know, explain things, you know, make it plain what we are messing up, so we know how to handle it the next time. You know, it's just an opportunity to do that, Mr. Speaker. Just to give us a leeway that where we are wrong and help us to get back on the right track if we are wrong. But that's a great legislation that you're bringing, and I think the wives going to be very grateful for this. You know, my days is past and gone, but these young men and women who are involving themselves in the military affairs in life, this will be a great asset to them. And we pray that they don't have to use it.
Right. Yes, sir.
But if they do, it will be there for them, and that's very good. And I'm just so grateful. You know, as we talked about the military and how we fought for the liberties that sometimes we take for granted. We think these things are supposed to happen, but freedom ain't free, is it?
No, sir.
Even on the spiritual side, it ain't free.
Right.
Salvation, Jesus paid the cross for that, didn't he? And so I told some people as we got on the elevator, they told me, that was a free ride up. I said, nah, somebody paying the electric bill here. So it's not a free ride. Somebody got to pay the electric bill. You know, if the electric bill is not paid, that elevator is not going to open up and not going to go up. So it's how we take advantage of things, take things for granted. That's what I'm saying.
Yes, sir.
And we don't have no second thoughts of that, do we? We get out our vehicles, come in here, push the button, click, walk in and hit the button on the elevator, and it opens up. Who paying the bill? So I think your bill is a great bill, and I'm just going to talk because I think they're trying to work something out there. But it is a great thing that you reaching out, supporting the spouses. So just in case these things happen, and we hope they don't ever have to use this, but if they do, it'll be in place for them.
Yes, sir.
So I'm not going to talk 10 minutes, but I thank you for bringing this, and we hope that we can get some continuity and let the anxiety kind of cease, and let the love flow. Let us be unified in what we're doing and helping the cause. But Simpson, I want to thank him for interceding, trying to calm the nerves and the fears and helping us to move forward. But in the meantime, you know, tell me a little bit more about what you're doing there, and then I'm going to soon sit down.
Yes, sir. Just while we're getting, National Guardsmen are being activated on state orders for a natural disaster. Till the president declares it a state of emergency, they're under state orders. And we're just wanting, if they get killed in action, that the spouses can have educational benefits. Just while on state orders.
State orders, okay.
Yes, sir.
And right now, they say it don't exist.
No, sir.
And what about the men that's in National Guard now that maybe have served in the regular military come out and now guardsmen, do their children apply for GI? The GI Bill affect them as far as education is all? You're military, man.
You referring to the 9/11 bill? Are you referring to the 9/11 GI Bill?
Yes.
Yes, the kids are covered for that if you transfer your benefits, if the soldier or airman or soldier transfers their benefits to 9/11 GI Bill.
Okay, all right. Well, I'm gonna leave that alone. Thank you so much for explanation, and thank you for bringing this bill. Thank you.
Yes. Hey, Representative Jackson, I just want to say you look sharp in your
Well, don't say that. Don't say that. That's why I've been free not to wear this kind of clothing, because folks want to take advantage of me. Do I look sharp? Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Madison, Representative Rigsby.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Starnes, just want to help the body out here. Everybody's questioning whether children are covered in the statute right before 3165, which is what this amends. 3164 already covers kids. The statement that you're adding, the number 3 statement that were killed while on state active duty, already covers the children of those soldiers who might have been killed in action. So those kids are already covered. This is just protecting the spouses, and I appreciate you bringing this legislation.
Well, thank you. Thanks for the cover.
You're welcome.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the lady from Madison, Representative Hall.
Thank you. With the gentleman here.
Yes, ma'am.
So as we were discussing, now the gentleman talked about 3164 state law that covers children. Is that covering all of the benefits, including education as well?
We're just talking about the state orders while on state orders for the spouses on my bill.
Right, but there was a question raised earlier about the children, or he made a statement about the children already being covered. I'm saying, are these benefits the same as those that are provided to the spouse?
I'm going to get that answer for you.
Talks about
Okay,
educational benefits provided.
go ahead. Over here. Mrs., you have to ask the speaker.
Educational benefits provided by this section for children making application starting in the year of 2014, 2015. So the academics are covered.
State orders. Yes, ma'am. The
Right.
kids are covered.
All right. So, I was just standing here as a beginning of the part of your process here and observing the actions that we're dealing with in the House in terms of coverage and covering areas and talking about things. And the conversation on page 2, you said was killed or died while on state active duty. Well, I think we're on state active duty right here in this House.
Yes, ma'am. Absolutely.
I do. And I think when we're talking about being on state active duty, that means those activities and actions that we take in this House in terms of what we vote on or do not vote on. And so the gentleman before me from Mobile,
Yes, ma'am.
what I heard in his conversation with you was, we are trying to make sure that the coverage is provided. But just the other day, when we took a vote on a bill, it appears that the persons that we're supporting today, that the day before, we penalized that person if they were getting an absentee ballot. I tied that to this conversation here. Today, we are supportive of the military. We're supportive of people that are serving. Yesterday or Tuesday, we took a vote and he used that reference that reference of voting or the process by which we would have an absentee vote to say, today we are doing this good for a veteran and his family, but what we did on Tuesday wasn't so good because we were penalizing that individual if they did certain things in terms of that vote that they were cast or requesting an absentee vote. That is what I heard. That's how I took it. And so you just get to be in a place, which is probably not a good place, a comfortable place to be, when you get these kinds of things that happen. So when you are serving as I'm serving, and you get a bill like this, which is really simple.
Yes, ma'am.
But you see how complicated it has become? What I'm saying is, when you look at the bill, the changes that you were making, it is only for killed or died while on state active duty.
Yes.
We were on state active duty, and I'm being sarcastic, but yet I'm being realistic.
Yes, ma'am.
We were on state active duty Tuesday when we were voting. We are on state active duty today when you are presenting this bill. But yet we were penalized, or we felt that we were penalizing individuals in that bill by causing them to end up with a felony. Are you with me?
Ma'am. Yes,
Are you
ma'am.
following?
I'm concentrating on my bill.
Yeah, but I'm
House
trying to
Bill
get you to
315.
see. You hear all this rumbling that's going on?
Yes, ma'am.
Was it here before you came up?
Ma'am, I'm just worried about House Bill 315.
All I'm saying as we look at this bill, so I'll take you back to the bill.
Yes, ma'am.
I'll go back to the bill.
Yes, ma'am.
And on this bill, that I would say that everything in this bill was dealing with, we are enacting legislation to expand the eligibility for what? The spouse to be eligible for educational benefits.
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
What are the benefits for the spouse today?
There's none for state orders.
No educational benefits for the spouse.
Not if they were killed on active duty, no, ma'am. For state orders.
For what?
State orders.
For state orders.
Yes, ma'am.
But you also made another comment in those state orders that there was some federal order had to come as well.
Well, if the president declares a state of emergency, then they're federalized. And I'm not looking to cover, because they're under federal orders then, and they'll be covered.
Okay, so stop right there. We don't have coverage for individual if it's a state incident, but we do have federal coverage for spouses under if it was a federal incident.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And someone asked about children.
Right, yes, ma'am. And they're covered under this previous bill.
So if you remember on Tuesday when we talked about the bill that was with the absentee ballots, do you remember that particular bill? And what we talked about, but all I'm saying is when we talked about that and we talked about someone used the example of a child going to get a ballot for his or her grandmother, father, and that child, if they were given $5, that they would be penalized.
I'm just worried about the National Guardsmen on this House Bill 315.
But what we're saying is, let me go back. What I am saying is that we were being challenged. And this incident that occurred because the reference was made became an incident where a colleague of mine was shut down. And so that is why I'm saying we're applying that, using that as a way of saying that was not out of that person that was talking about the experience that we had and how that experience could apply to where we are today.
Yes, ma'am. I'm just fighting
I
for the
know-
National
I know
Guardsmen.
you would
I want
praise
House
God,
Bill 315 to
but-
pass. That's
but what-
my concentration.
And I'm not saying the bill on Tuesday passed. We're talking about rights. Talking about rights. We're talking about following a process. We're talking about following a procedure. We want to make sure that your bill gets the attention. It does not penalize anybody. That is what we're doing. And I see, my colleagues are prancing back and forth, but now I'm very straightforward.
Yes, ma'am. And I presented this bill to you yesterday
Yes, sir.
in committee.
And we
I
had,
your
and we
support.
had a great understanding.
Yes, ma'am.
And you still do have my support.
Yes, ma'am.
But in the process of my support, I wanted to challenge you to remember that the conversation that I heard when the individual was gabbled down was a conversation related to we're looking out for our veterans, but yet in our discussion, it was either that veteran could have been penalized for his or her action. Okay? And so instead of penalizing some, and then the colleague gets penalized for bringing the issue up, but it was applied to, isn't this the same group of people that we were talking about on Tuesday? That's it. But I hear you. All you want to do is to get the National Guard, get your bill passed.
Yes, ma'am.
And for me to stop talking. And so in about 29 seconds, I will do that.
Yes,
but I wanted to remind you that the message from the gentleman was not out of order in terms of what it was being applied to. It was being applied to the fact that we had a bill, and these are the same people that we want to make sure that they have all of the privileges and rights that they deserve because of their service to the community, to our
And the lady's time has
Thank you.
expired. Question for the body now is passage of HB 315. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk lock machine, record the votes, 103 ayes, 0 nays. HB 315 has passed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Jefferson, Representative Rogers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I understand that resolution we passed for John T. had a few technical errors in it, so to speak. I know they've been cleaned up and brought back down here, so I'd like it for us to resubmit it and pass it out again in the correct form. I suspend the rules and readopt the resolution, Mr. Speaker.
His question is suspend rules, readoption of the resolution. All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? Representative Rogers.
Well, thank y'all for doing that, and we want to make sure it's just right. He's transcending now, and he's resting comfortably. And so, thank y'all for the prayers of the last week. And I want to tear again when I start talking about him. He's a good guy, and I thank y'all so much for what you did. Thank you for resending it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Mobile, Pro Tem Pringle.
Now, but he's resting and comfortable right now. They got him under sedation right now.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, having previously agreed to meet on Tuesday, May the 16th at 1 p.m., I move the House stand in adjournment.
All those in favor say aye. We are adjourned.